All right, free server, please make your way in. We're looking to start the event in 1 minute. 1 minute. Twenty seconds, surfers. All right, counting it in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3. All right, we are live. We are live coming to you from Barbados. This is the round of 116. You are tuned in to the Barbados Surf Pros, sponsored by BTMI QS 5000. Surfers in the water in the red jersey, Andrea Schneider. In blue, Adam Lambert. In white, Caleb Rapson. And in green, Jason Oliver. These are going to be 20-minute heats. Currently in the water, we have about a 3 to 4 foot east-northeast wind swell. Waves are a little bit confused at the minute. We had some squalls pass through this morning. It should clean up a little later on as the island heats up. It's a strange phenomenon, but it does happen. Wind settles down a little bit. Here we go, green up and right, and Jason Oliver drawing first blood. He's from Barbados. He lives right across the street. Our local version of John Florence. All right, with 17 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, the first score of this event is a 1.17 for surfer in green. Up and riding is white, Caleb Rapson, also from Barbados. Quality turn up in the lip, bangs it again. A little bit late to the party on that one. He can't hang on and goes searching for urchins. Just want to welcome everybody here to Barbados. This is the 13th year in a row we've been having this event. This event all started off as a brainstorm of Zander when he was about 11 years old after surfing waves in Cocoa Beach. And he was very disappointed to lose in the quarterfinals in 1 foot waves and asked me, how come we can't have contests like this at home? And Chris had been wanting to do this for years, and that was my little push. We started with a junior pro, and now never moved from the junior pro. We've graced that division for 13 years. We then started to do a 1,000, turned that into a 3,000, turned that into a 5,000, and here we are today. Hopefully next year we'll be at a higher level once again in a Challenger Series or possibly even a CT event. First of white, 3.83. First of white, 3.83. Surfers in the next heat, you should be thinking of checking in. You got 16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. In red, Blair White. In blue, Victor Camarino. And in green, Simon Coles. Simon is a formidable competitor here at Soup Bowl. He'll be joining me up here in the booth shortly after his heat. Here we go, up and right, and this is white. Once again, Caleb Rapson, he goes out the back. So priority has not been established as yet. Surfer in green sitting with third priority. So blue gonna give this a look. Adam Lambert up and right in this wave. May give him a little something on the inside. He's gonna look to set up this inside section. A little late. Floats the section, hangs on. So priority now shifts to the surfer on the outside in red, followed by white. So first priority goes to red, second priority goes to white. 14 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. A lot on the line with this event. These surfers are vying for their bid in the Challenger Series. First event of that Challenger Series will take place in Newcastle, Australia in June. There's a quick turnaround in this qualifying series. This is the last event of the 2024 season. And here we go, surfer with priority. Schneider, 2 big turns. That's how you get it done. Working it out onto the open face. Andreas Schneider from Costa Rica. I can hear Jimmy Hogan screaming from here. So first of blue, 283. As I get the score of red, I will update the situation. Watching that replay, he really smashed that first turn. That's where all the points going to come from. 617 red, 617. So currently in first position is surfer in red, followed by white. In third is the surfer in blue, requiring a 1.51. And surfer in green is currently in fourth position, requiring a 3.17. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Here we go, white up and righted. Caleb Rapson coming out onto the open face. Nice little down carve. Looking to set up this inside. Currently in second position. And he's going to go out the back that wave, offering nothing more on the inside. 11 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. He is currently in second. Wants to just back up that 383. All right, last of white, 3.37. So white goes to first, red, you drop the second. Blue, you now require a 3.3. And green, you are in fourth. You require a 5.0. Here we go, green, giving this one a paddle. He's going to use priority on this one. He's going to get down the face. Just a little tap off the lip. And he's going to go out the back. Well-seasoned veteran at Super Bowl. And on the outside, red sitting on the highest single wave of the heat. Just looking to back up that 6-1-7, working his way onto the inside. He's going to kick out. That'll be his backup score for the time being with 9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So priority is with the surfer in blue on the outside. It's coming up on the 9-minute mark. At this point now, you're looking at possibly only being able to surf 2 waves. It is quite a long paddle out, depending on where you kick out. If you surf the wave all the way down into the rip, it's probably a 3 to 4 minute paddle out. It's a relatively easy paddle out, just long. The reef here kind of bends from where the surfers are sitting on the outside, and it kind of bends to the left and comes in. There's a very, very deep spot, about 100 yards to the left of them on your screen. And that is where the bowl section comes from. So priority order, blue, white, red, blue, white, red, then green. 8 minutes remaining. So last of red, 3.90. Red goes to first. White, you drop to second. Blue, you are currently in third, requiring a 4.3. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 5.7. There we go. Blue currently in third position. He's looking for a score. He was in priority. Hands priority over to the surfer in red. He is current heat leader, so that was a little bit of a miss bobble by blue. currently in third position. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. He's looking at this one, but a little too far inside. Green's gonna go on this. And look how this wave's gonna hit this inside, lining up. Five minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Please remember to stay down in the channel. So priority goes to the server in white, Caleb Rapson, as the 5-minute bell goes. All right, servers in the next seat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. All right, here we go. Surfer in white. He's going to pull the trigger. Caleb Rapson currently in second position. Out onto the open face. Nice little down carve, setting up this racetrack. Bangs the north section. He's going to hang on. He's going to get something more to work with on the inside. Caleb Rapson from right here in Barbados, with 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. He's looking to retake the lead, and on the outside is Green, as we're following Rapson, finishing off that on the inside. So Surfer and Green on his way in. So let's see where the score for white comes in at. As the judges are watching the replay, we're going to try and get a replay ourselves. All right, here we go. Red up and right, and he's trying to answer back white, and he can't hang on to that finishing maneuver, so he goes down. Score drops for white, 5.5, 5.5 white. You remain in second position. So that was not enough to get you back into first. You are still in an advancing position. Server in green, you are currently in third. You now require a 7.3. And Surfer in blue, you are currently in fourth, requiring a 6.5. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So just a reminder, next heat, please stay wide in the channel. Thank you very much. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. So Surfer in green requiring that 7.33. And blue, you require a 6.5. Blue is holding priority. Is there enough motion in the ocean to give him a wave and let him get that score? We are expecting this swell to increase in size a little later on this afternoon into tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Still look a little bit up in the air. There will be waves, but it all depends on what that cold front does moving across the Midwest right now, or whether or not it can get out into the ocean off the East Coast in time to push that north swell to Barbados. What a treat it would be to have some 6 to 8 foot pumping north swell over the weekend for finals day. I know everybody out there has been watching posts by Josh and Jacob Burke and Caleb, and this year has just been absolutely off the chart with waves. I think in January, between January and the middle of February, we had more no wind days or offshore wind days than we had windy days. And waves were just pumping nonstop, 2 or 3 weeks at a time with not even a break. So with 30 seconds remaining, Surfer in Blue still holding that priority, hoping for a wave to come his way, put him up into an advancing position. So you see the progressions there on your screen with 10 seconds remaining. As Blue gonna pull the trigger with 5 seconds remaining, and in 3, 2, and 1. We're gonna wait for this score for Blue. It's gonna count. White was not up in time, so he will not be able to count that wave. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Just gotta drop a couple scores. We'll give you time to get in the lineup. So immediately following this next heat, we're going to switch over into the juniors. So juniors, you stand by. I will make that announcement as soon as we get this heat started. So we're going to go into junior men's immediately following this next heat. All right, last of Blue, 3.3, not enough, so situation remains the same. Red first and White second. You two will be advancing into the round of 112 later on today. Coming up in the next, we're counting it in, servers. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we are here on heat number 2 of this QS 5000, BTMI QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. We are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Blair White. In blue, Victor Camarena. And in green from Barbados, Simon Coles. So official results from the last heat: in 4th position, Surfer in green, Jason Oliver. In 3rd position, in blue, Adam Lambert. Coming in 2nd position and advancing into the next round will be Caleb Rapson. In white and winning the heat, Surfer from Costa Rica in red, Andreas Schneider. Well done to both Andreas and Caleb. You will be moving into the next round a little later on this afternoon. So coming up after this heat, we're going to be moving into the Live Like Zander in memory of Zander Venezia Junior Pro. Surfers in that first heat in the round of 56 will be Ryder Smith, Taylor Tice, Cole Saffel, and Victor Camarena. All right, here we go, slow going in this heat number 1 of the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. All right, here we go. Drawn first blood. This is Simon Coles, server from Barbados in green. Can't quite get into that one. No priority has been established. No harm, no foul. He will stay right where he is. Taylor Tice, can you come to the Beach Marshals tent, please? Taylor Tice, you're in the next heat. Please come to the Beach Marshals tent. You're already checked in. Just need to swap out your jersey for you. Oh, I see Derek walking with the green jersey, so we're all covered. All right, first of red 1.6, first of red 1.6. So red will go to third priority. And it will be conventional priority for the next wave ridden. That will establish priority across the board for them. There we go, red, staying busy. Bare to white, out onto the open face. Nice little down carve. Just hoping for this one to wall up for him on the inside. It looks like he might get a couple more opportunities, and he opts to go out the back. Judges are looking for that first critical maneuver on the outside. That's where all the big scores are going to come from. You saw Schneider do it in the last heat. Right. Coming up on the 11-minute mark. There we go. Surfer in green. Simon Coles up and riding. Nice little off the lip. Out onto the open face. Nice down carve. Simon is a multiple junior champion out here in Barbados, and Brad on the outside got a nice second wave with third priority. This is one of the ones that we may see a little later on. Definitely had a lot more wall to it. A lot more energy in that wave. So the previous of red coming in at a 2.4, so priority shifts on the outside to the surfer in green, Victor Camarena. So, sorry, blue has first priority. Waiting for that first of green to drop in. And the last of red. There we go, blue on the outside. Victor. First turn, banging it off the lip. Throws it up in the north section, hangs on. Working it out onto the inside. All right, I'm going to risk the bet that's going to be the best of the heat. So, surfer in blue, Victor, you are in the next heat as well. Surfer in blue. Victor Camarena, you are in the next heat as well. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right, we're going to take this opportunity to cut to the glass for the winner of the last heat, powered by Eco Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
What's up, guys? We're here with Andreas. How are you feeling right now, Andreas?
Hey everybody, so happy to advance. Conditions were very difficult, but I managed to find a couple and to the next round. And I want to say hi to everyone at home. Saludos a todos en casa, en Costa Rica, y especialmente a todos en el pueblo, Santa Teresa y de Cóbano, pura vida.
So, Andreas, what was the toughest part of the heat for you?
Wave selection. It's pretty rough out there, yeah.
And compare the waves at home, like, how is it?
Well, at home, there's all beach breaks, pretty fun. Really good waves at Santa Teresa. We have amazing waves at Costa Rica. I invite everyone to visit us. It's an amazing place to surf. And no, I'm so happy to be here at Barbados. Really, really nice place. So happy to surf at Point Break. It's always good. And yeah, looking forward for the next round.
Well, good luck in the next round, Andreas. Thank you very much, all right? Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, back to live action. Last of red, 4.0. Last of blue, 6.0. Last of green, 3.67. So red first, blue you're second, and green you are third. Green you require a 2.34. 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, surfers on the outside, surfers on the outside. Victor, you are in the next heat. You're going to stay in the blue jersey. You're in the next heat. You'll stay in the blue jersey. Thank you. All right, priority on the outside with the surfer in red, as you see that blue next to his name on the screen, followed by green and then blue. So blue dropping the single best wave of that heat with a 6.0. Set rolling through. Blue sniffing at that one, decides to let it go. Starting to get a little more lined up, a little more cleaned up. Currently on a mid-tide, have a high tide coming up at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Here we go, blue. He's looking to back up at 6.0. Wave kind of doubling up a little bit on him. He's going to take the high road. Sticking with it, he just wants to back up that 6.0. He is currently in second position, just requiring a .40 to move up into first. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Servers being pretty selective out there. So last of blue, 2.5. Last of blue, 2.5. Blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. Green, you are currently third. You now require a 2.74. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Five minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining. Servers in the next heat, you are free to paddle out. We'll be shifting gears after this heat. Back to the Live Like Zander Pro Junior Men's. That's the round of 56. Coming up in that heat, we're gonna have Ryder Smith, Tyler Rice, Cole Saffel, and Victor Camarina. Victor in this heat is the current heat leader. We're going to do heats 1 through 4 of this Junior Pro. Right now, you are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, presented by Diamonds International. Here we go, Red on a nice looking wave. Gonna double up on him, get a little fat, but he may get something on the inside. He's gonna try and stick with it. He's gonna get around the section. Here we go. Throws it up vertical. Nice float section. So he's just looking to back up a 2.4. He's sitting on a 4.0, so we'll see where this goes. See where this flip-flops. And here we go, Green up and right in. And he opts out with 3 minutes remaining, waiting for the score, trickling in for Red. So last of Red is your best, 4.40. So Green, you now require a 4.73. You are currently in third position. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. All right, next seat. Hold your positions there, guys. Thank you very much. One minute 30. So Priority sitting on the outside with the current heat leader. This is where you want to be with a minute and a half. Leading the heat with Priority. He's sitting on a 6.0 and a 2.57. He's followed by the server in red. So servers in the next heat, hold your positions. Hold your positions. We have a marker up here, and when you pass that marker, you're too far in the lineup. 50 seconds remaining. Servers in the next seat, guys. Come on. Just hold your position, green. Hold your position. First warning. 30 seconds remaining. Server in blue, Victor Camarina. He is the current heat leader, up and riding. Going big up in the lip, working it out onto the open face. Nice slashing turn off that north section. And he goes out the back with 15 seconds remaining. Red up and riding with 5 seconds remaining. Counting this one in 3, 2, and 1. So we're waiting for that last of blue to drop and also the last of red. Victor, you are in the next heat. We will give you time to get back out on the outside. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. We have some scores to drop, clear the lineup, and we'll let everybody get into position. Last of blue, 733 blue. That's for reference, 7.33 for your last ride. Last of red, 2.43. So official results, surfer in green in third position. Moving up into an advancing position was the surfer in red. He will advance. And also in an advancing position, taking the heat win, Victor Camarina. Surfer in blue. Once he gets out in the lineup, we will be shifting gears into the Live Like Zander Pro Junior in memory of Zander Venezia. 13 years in the running at this event. 20 minutes, 20-minute heat surfers. Top 2 waves. "30 seconds to start, guys, 30 seconds. All right, we're counting this one in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, I need a vehicle move, please. Momentarily, you'll be able to put your vehicle back where it was, but I need to get something moved. The tractor needs to move, and you're blocking in the tractor. Will the driver of X4969, X4969, please move your vehicle? You'll be able to put it back where you have it. We just need it moved momentarily so we can get the tractor moved. Thank you very much. There we go, green way up inside. Taylor Tice, all the surfers paddling way up inside. All right, first of green, just a 1.0. He will hold down that fourth priority position momentarily. Here we go, red up and right, and Ryder Smith, nice first turn up in the lip, working it out onto the open face. Slides the tail around, can he hang on? No, he can't, and he goes down. So that was a quality first maneuver. All right, last of red, 3.83. And the white up inside, working his way to this closeout section, bangs it off the top. So blue goes to first priority. Last of white, 4.17. So white goes to first, red second. Green, you are third, and blue yet to open his account. But we witnessed what he can do in the last heat. He dropped a 6 and a 7.33. All right, with 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, surfer in white, Cole Sappho. He is current heat leader. Dropping a 4.17 on that last exchange. Here we go, blue up and right in. Victor Camarena, nice belt off the lip, throws it up in the section. Can he hang on? There's a lot of water moving around. No, he can't, he goes down. And on the outside, we're looking at green and white. White in a better position, but he goes up and out. So there was a peak between the two of them. No risk of interference on that. So waiting on 2 scores to drop, 1 for green, actually 3 scores because surfer in white just was an up and out. That was just a .50. And looking at white here, up and right in on a nice looking wave. Nice layback slash off the top, working it out onto the open face. He's going to look to set up this inside section, and he goes out the back. So would have been nice for him to back up that nice turn. He's sitting on a 417. But we are still waiting for scores for green and for blue. So last of blue, 517. Last of white, 3.9. Last of green, 3.0. So situation in water, white, you're first. Blue, you are second. Green, you are third, requiring a 2.18. And red, you are fourth, requiring a 1.35. All right, we're currently tuned into heat number one, round of 56 of the Live Like Zander in memory of Zander Venezia Pro Junior. Immediately following these heats, we're going to be doing heat 1 through 4. Following these heats, we're going to move back into the round of 112 of the BTMI QS 5000, heats 1 through 8. Here we go, surfer in green, Taylor Tice up and riding. Out onto the open face. Now the wave's gonna just go fat on him and not offer him too much. As this tide starts to fill in, you can see the waves are starting to clean up a little bit, get a little more lined up. It's gonna be a matter of finding the right wave that's gonna line up to the inside. And here we go in blue, Victor Camarina. Up and riding, nice first turn, catches a rail and goes down on the outside. White, up and out. So that will put the surfer in red on the outside with priority. Currently in fourth position, just requiring a 1.35. I don't think anything is going to change. With this situation, as those were some minimal rides. All right. Okay, so priority change. Priority change. White goes to first. Red, you drop to second. 8 minutes remaining. Situation in the water remains the same. Blue, you are currently in second. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, 5 minutes, surfers, 5 minutes. Surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. All right, coming up in the next heat in red, Max Asher. In blue, Enzo Ackerman. In white, Tommy Zahaka. And in green from Barbados, Jaden Hill. Here we go, blue, looking at this one. He's up and riding. Currently in second position. Can he hang on to that maneuver? Yes, he can. That was a big turn in the critical section of the wave. He needs just a small requirement, and red on the outside. A little late getting to the party. Wave shuts down on him. And he goes down, but this could flip-flop between first and second with blue. We watched this replay. Big outside maneuver, and he hangs on in full control. And we're watching green as live action. Nice round wrapping cutback, throwing it up on the open face. Oh, digs a rail a little bit, hangs on, goes around red. Another big turn off the top. And he's working it to the inside. This is going to go in his score line for sure. This is one of the best surf waves in the heat so far. So we got scores coming for red, green, last of blue, 683 blue, 683, you go to first. White, you are momentarily in second position. However, we have a wave for green to drop that could potentially flop things around. So once I get that for green, I will let you know. Green, you're currently in third. Red, you're currently in fourth. But the important wave is the one for green, coming up with 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Here we go. We're going to watch this replay of green. So nice wrapping cutback on his first turn. Sets up the inside section. Another little quality turn there, but this is where he gets busy. Digs that rail, but was able to hang on. Has to cut that turn short. Throws it up, and he's going to finish it. All right, here we come. Scores dropping for green. As red, looking at this one on the inside. So green, you required a 5.07. You drop a 5.1. You go to second. White, you now drop to third. You require a 3.94. And red, you are fourth, requiring a 4.2. Priority is on the outside with the surfer in white, with 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. So green just getting enough work done. So he moves up into that second position with 1 minute remaining. Surfers in the next heat, thank you very much for staying down in the channel. Coming up on that 30-second mark, surfer in white holding priority on the outside. Looking for that 3.9. Blue, you're in first position, Blue, first position. Your last wave was a 6.83. Red on the inside. He's up and riding with 10 seconds remaining. This wave will count. Two little down carves as the surfer on the outside with 3 seconds. And 2 and 1. That's going to end the heat. So surfers in the next heat. Oh, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Just waiting for that last of red to come in. 2.07, not enough. So unofficial results, red fourth, white third. Surfer in green in an advancing position, coming in second and taking the heat win for the second heat in a row, Victor Camarena. All right, here we go. Counting it in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. There we go, white. So this is heat number 2, round of 56. Live Like Zander Junior Pro in memory of Zander Venezia. Just working our way through these opening rounds. First of white, 1.5. 2 more heats coming up after this in the Junior Pro. Then we'll be moving again back into the QS 5000. There we go, blue paddling, he's up and right in. Floats the first section, out onto the open face, bangs it. And working his way to the inside, Enzo Ackerman. Last of blue, 3.83 blue, 3.83. Green, Jaden Hill from Barbados, up and right in. And he goes up and out the back. He used to live right here where I'm commentating from. This was his backyard. Max Asher up and right in red. Nice little down carve. Bangs it up vertical this time. Can he hang on? Yes, he does. It's going to look to show the judges that he's in full control. Oh, nice finish and maneuver. Max Asher. And on the outside, green, Jaden Hill up and right in. Throwing it up in the lip. Nice quality turns. This young surfer from Barbados. So we have a score coming in for red. It was a well-surfed wave. Up and right in white. Tommy Zahalka. I hope I'm not butchering your name. And he goes up and out the back, so we're still waiting for that one for red. Judges are taking a good look at this one. Blue, your first was a 3.83. 3.83 for your first opener, but I'm waiting for score for red. Blue, 3.83, your first wave, 3.83. I'm waiting for the last of red to drop. Last of red, 4.5 red, 4.5. Red goes to first. Blue, you dropped to second. Your first opener was a 3.83. White, you're currently third with just a 1.5. And green, you are currently in fourth. However, white and green have waves to drop. Scores trickling in for green. So last of green, 3.57. One more score for White. Last of White, 3.4. So White goes to first. Red drops to second. Red, you require a 0.4 to move back in the lead. Green, you are third, requiring a 0.94. Your last wave coming in at a 3.57. And blue, you are fourth, who is up and riding. Throwing it up into that north section quite casually. So that should certainly flip-flop everything again. So while we're waiting on that score to drop, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Here we are with Victor. Victor, back-to-back heat wins. Wow, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I'm very proud of myself because this is my first competition in the QS and Pro Junior. So I was like very nervous in the first heat, but I did well. So now I'm happy and to the next round.
And your terms of strategy, where were you sitting? What were you positioned?
Well, I don't have a strategy, like concrete strategy, you understand? I just was trying to get the wave that is better, the better waves, and go through the heat slow, yeah.
And being from Panama, how different is the wave compared to there?
Well, in Panama it's a little bit more stronger and doesn't have this wind. And well, I adapt to this wave, yeah.
And is there anyone you want to shout out at home, family or friends?
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my family in Santa Catalina that is watching me, all my sponsors, Playa, Oasis Surf Camp, Super Deportes, CI Surfboards, the best surfers in the world. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round, Victor. All right. It was awesome having you here. Have a good one. All right. Out to you guys at the booth.
Last of blue, 393. You go to second. White is currently in third, up and riding. And red, you are currently in fourth, requiring a 3.26. So back to live action. I want to introduce my co-host, Simon Coles. Welcome to the broadcast booth. You were in that first heat earlier in the day.
Good morning.
What was the conditions like out there?
Well, it's definitely east swell today, and there's a bit of wind, so therefore there's a good sweep of current on it. And the surfers really got to do some paddling to get in position and even to stay in position. Some of the wider waves are not the best. Sometimes you got to go a little bit deeper, but you got to check and see your position because you're drifting all the time.
Well, thank you for that insight, Simon. While we were on that short break, we had a surfer in white. He dropped a 3.87. He is currently in third position. Red is up and right, and he is in fourth position. With 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, surfer in green, Jaden Hill from Barbados, dropping a 5.5 while we were on that break. He went straight to first. Blue, you are currently in second position. Your last wave was a 3.93. I'm still waiting for a score for red. Red, your last score was a 3.30. You now go to second. Blue, you drop to third. You require a 3.8. White, you are fourth. You require a 3.9. 10 minutes remaining. All right, coming up in the next heat, Lucas McMahon, Trent Corbin, Giacomo Macinas, and Blair White. That is heat number 3 in this round of 56. Live like Zander, Pro Junior. Young Trent is a local Barbadian charger. How old is Trent now, Simon? Was he 14, 13? He's under 14.
Clarify for us, Stefan. He's just turned 13.
Just turned 13, and boy, absolutely charges. His granddaddy is one of the founding fathers of the Barbados Surfing Association. Something that myself and Simon and Chris ran for 10 years or more, long time. Helping the juniors, working with the juniors, the national teams. Had some good years with the kids. We usually do a 12 and an under 12 with this event. With the lack of younger kids coming up in Barbados, they have all moved up to that 14, 13, 14-year-old category. So we've increased it to a 14 and under. Under 14. So that will be coming up a little later on in the week. So situation in the water remains the same. Surfer from Barbados, Jaden Hill. He's holding down the fort in first position. He's looking at this one. He's going to paddle. He's going to try and back up that 5.5. Nice looking wave. He's a local, throws it up vertical, and he can't hang on and goes down. So with 7 minutes, Simon, that wasn't a bad strategy looking for that. You know, he's only sitting on a 5.5 and a 3.5, trying to better that 3.5. I think he would have been on his way, would have just completed that first maneuver.
Yeah, today is definitely a wave selection day. You can't be too picky. You have to roll the dice on quite a few of them. Some of them roll out to sea, have no wall, and some of them actually present a couple little in sections, so you really have to turn around and take off and see what you get.
Yeah, definitely wave choice out there today. And Blue, he's going to pull the trigger with priority. Enzo Ackerman, nice little down carve. Waves a little foamy on the face, working his way onto the inside. Floats the first section. Looking to finish this strong. Looking for a small score to move back up into the advancing position. With 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So judges giving this one a Blue a look. As we watch the replay, why don't you break it down for us, Simon?
Blue gets a lovely first carve and an end hit. Sets up coming around the inside. He's just redirecting, waiting for this thing to stand up again, sticking with it. Sees something down the lane. He gets one more tag in. Green gets a lovely top carve, redirects to the white water. Another roundhouse, but he gets hung up.
All right, last of Blue, 4-7-3 Blue. You go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you now require a 4-1-7. And white, you are fourth. You require a 4.7. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So last of green, 2.0. So does not go into your score line. However, you still are in that first position. All right, 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Surfer in green, he's still holding down the lead, followed by Blue. Surfer in third just drops down to third position. He requires a 4.1, and white requiring a 4.7. Red, with 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Nice little down carve on the open face, throws it up vertical, sticking with it, and he goes out the back. All right, while we have this short break, I'm going to need some vehicles move, please. H3440, XC1125, and XB1183. As we watch White, surfer in fourth position, looking to move himself up. He's not a bad well surf wave. Surfers in the next heat, please stay down in the channel.
Yeah. And one more vehicle, XB1183. We just need these cars relocated for a temporary period of time. Y'all are blocking access to the government.
You'll be able to put your vehicles back where they are. We just need to move so we can get something cleared up and move. Thank you very much. All right, waiting for that last of white. Also the last of red. Red is going to probably be up there with him. All right, last of red, 4, 6, 7. Red goes to first. Blue, green, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. And white, you are currently in fourth, but you have a wave coming. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So last of white, 3.53. So that does not help your situation. So red first, green second. Blue, you are third, requiring a 4.35. And white, you are fourth, requiring a 5.2. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Blue, you are in third position, requiring a 4.35. Next heat, please hold your positions, guys. Right there, hold your positions. All right, hold your positions. Next heat, hold your positions. Trent, stop paddling, buddy. I got no problem calling you out. Anyone, I'm asking. That's all I can do. And on the inside, white, looking at that one. 1 minute remaining. White on the inside. White up and righting. Little down carve. Bangs the section. And he can't hang on and goes down. 40 seconds remaining. Next heat, hold your positions. All right, with 10 seconds remaining. And 5, 3, 2, 1. All right, unofficial results. Fourth position, surfer in white. Third position, surfer in blue. Second position and advancing, surfer in green from Barbados, Jaden Hill. And taking the win, surfer in red, Max Asher. We're on a short hold. So surfers, put yourselves in position. Next heat, you guys can come in. Heat is over. Here we go, counting it in. In 3, 2, 1. All right, coming up in this heat in red, we have Lucas McMahon. In blue, Trent Corbin from Barbados. In white, Giacomo Macinas. And in green, Blair White. This is heat number 3, round of 56. Live Like Zander Pro Junior in memory of Zander Venezia. Here we go, red up and right in. Lucas McMahon drawing first blood. Nice down carve. Just going to stick with this one, trying to get his feet in the wax. He's going to get a little inside section there, Simon. Working his way on to the inside.
Well surfed wave.
A good way to open things. Open his account. He'll probably come in as a mid-range scorer, but calm the nerves.
It's amazing how some of these waves that look like nothing from the outside actually peter all the way through and give him an opportunity.
Here we go, Giacomo Macinas, cousin of a 2-time champion here, Luca Macinas, also a World Tour competitor. First of red, 417. 417 red. First of white, 1.0. So we are expecting a little increase in this swell. Still a little up in the air. Definitely bigger than yesterday. Tomorrow's supposed to be bigger than today. Right in through the week. And here we go with green. Baylor White up and riding. Working his way out onto the inside. Baylor also advancing in the QS 5000 earlier on this morning. We're going to be shifting gears. We have 2 more heats to run in this Junior Pro Junior. And we will then be going back to the QS 5000. Here we go, up and right in Giacomo. Working it out onto the open face.
Kids are definitely trying to put themselves in the right position, and the ocean sometimes cooperates and sometimes it doesn't. They're sitting a bit close in, looking for any little reforms or double ups.
Just trying to stay busy with it. So Surfer in red currently in first position. And just 2 minimal scores on the board for white and blue, but the Surfer, sorry, white and green, Surfer in blue, Trent Corbin. He's still waiting to open his account. He's sitting on the outside with priority. Being patient, he knows this wave well. For a 13-year-old, he's absolutely fearless. Huh, Simon? He'll pull in anything.
Trent has really progressed over the last year or two. His competing is, he's doing well locally, and he has all the maneuvers now, and has combinations of maneuvers, and his dad's been pushing him into some big waves from very young, and now he's paddling in on his own. He's not scared of Super Bowl.
No,
Nothing.
not at all. Just check his Instagram, and you'll see we have a good group of young kids. I mean, every year we were getting kids from, you know, as young as 9, 10 years old competing, but it kind of works in stages where you get some kids that are 12 and 13 years old that are so good that the younger kids get intimidated and they don't want to start up. So I think the youngest surfers we have now are you know, 13, 14. Here we go, Blue with priority. Hey, give that a look. I don't know if that was a paddle. We'll see what the judges think. Nope, no paddle. So Blue stays with priority. He's going to look at this one again. Sides up, and it was a good choice that he didn't go on that wave. Wave really didn't do much, but as I was saying, a lot of the younger kids now have moved up in that 13, 14-year-old age group. And I would say within the next year, maybe next year, late this year, we'll be getting some, you know, younger kids moving up into that younger division. So while we have a break in the action, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Here we are with Max Asher. How would you describe the... Here we are with Max Asher. How would you describe the conditions today?
Yeah, it's definitely windy. It was a tricky heat. You know, there's not a lot of good ones, but they are out there. So I tried to start quick. You know, got a little score, and was just out the back looking for a better one. Didn't really get like a score that I was looking for, but got a little 4.6 and got the first. So yeah, stoked to make it through.
And what was the toughest part of that heat for you, Max?
Picking the best waves. It's really hard to find the good ones to decipher between the ones that are going to run and like give you the best sections and the ones that just die off.
How do you like Barbados so far?
Super sick. I love it. Everyone's super nice here, and waves are super fun. It's always good to be in board shorts. So yeah, stoked to be here doing this event.
And would you want to say hello to anyone back at home, or friends or family?
Yeah, what's up? Everyone in Costa Rica, thanks for watching. My mom, my family, and yeah, Korea.
All right, well, good luck in the next round, Max.
Thank
Back to you all in the booth.
All right, back to live action. Sorry about that break in transmission. Had a couple of technical difficulties while we were away. Server in white dropping a 3.43. So he goes to first. Server in red, you are currently in second. Green, you are in third position. And blue, you are currently in fourth position. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. See the progressions there up on your screen as we watch green. Blair White out onto the open face. And White on the inside, he goes out the back. So we'll see where that score for green comes in. He's just requiring a small score, but on the outside, red. And blue on the outside. Trent Corbin from Barbados is going to look to stick with this one, stay on the low road. He's going to be able to get back in. Yes, he does. Here he goes, up and riding. Kind of get hung up a little bit. Nice wrapping cut back, pushes out the tail. It was a little better. It was a little bit of a shaky start. We'll see how he can, type of score he can manufacture out of that. He doesn't need much. So coming up in the next heat, that will be heat number 4. Elijah Smith, Sage Katz, Johnny Harrion, and Romeo Stone. Watch this replay of Corbin. Kind of got hung up a little bit there. It's a little more busy there. Pushes out the tail, a nice little turn, and then finishes it off. He's currently in 4th position, not requiring more than a mid-range score, but we'll see where the judges go with that. Actually waiting for scores for red, blue, and white. So last of red, 5.0. Red, you go to first. Working on green. Green, your last wave coming in at a 3.43. You go to second. Last of blue, 2.77. So white, you are currently in 3rd position, requiring a 1.8. And blue, you are currently in 4th position, requiring a 2.5. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. All right, that was deemed a paddle. Priority change. Priority goes to the surfer in white, followed by green, blue, and then red. So a little bit of a blunder by the heat leader in red with 5 minutes remaining. So that opening the door for surfer in white, potentially moving up into an advancing position. He only requires a 1.8, and surfer in blue also hoping to move up into an advancing position. He just needs a 2.5. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. The server's in the next heat. You are free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Red way up inside. Good thinking. Lucas McMahon, he lost priority, and he said, okay, I'm going to separate myself from the crowd, and I'm right back in first priority. Essentially. Not literally. Surfer in green with second priority. He's going to pull the trigger. Nice turn up in the lip. Little late getting there. Recovers well, and then wave shuts down in front of him, so he goes down and out the back with 3 minutes remaining. He's going to he's going to leave priority with the surfer in white. Giacomo Macinas. So the two servers sitting with priority first and second are the two servers in third and fourth position, requiring a score. Here we go. All right, White's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Giacomo Macinas up and riding. Out onto the open face. Is he going to stick with this one? It's going to give him something on the inside to hit. Nice turn. And he goes out the back, just requiring a small score. 2 minutes remaining. There we go. Green. He's in the right position. Nice little down carve. He's working it to the inside. He wants all he can get. Not a good place to head dive off of that board in that location. Probably 2 feet deep underneath him. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Last of green, previous of green, 307. Last of white, 2.87. So white, you require a 3.07, and blue, you require a 3.70. 1 minute, 6 seconds remaining. Red up and right in. He is the current heat leader, Lucas McMahon, with 30 seconds remaining. And on the inside, Giacomo, nice turn. Throws it up vertical, out onto the open face. He's going to keep this one going. So you're going to get one more maneuver. And blue up and riding. Nice little wrapping cutback. Again, this is going to line up on the inside for him. Just a couple of setup turns. Here's the first turn. Nice turn. Banging it vertical again. Trent Corbin working it to the inside. That ends the heat. So we are on hold. We have scores to drop.
There's a flurry of action at the end of that heat.
Yeah, we saw white with a lovely wave, followed by blue with a lovely wave. Smaller waves in most of the maneuvers were on the inside, but not requiring too much of a score to move up into advancing position. So let's see where the judges take this. We watched this last of blue. It was a lovely surf wave, but I think it was just lacking in that outside maneuver. We're waiting on scores here.
Going to see if things flip-flop at the end of that heat. Waiting for some scores to lock in still.
So you can see the progressions on your screen. Requirement set for white and for blue. So last of white, requiring a 3.07, drops a 2.70, not enough. So he stays in third, working on this blue, last of blue. I just think that white wave was just lacking the outside maneuver. He did have some nice tags on that on the inside, but judges are looking for that first quality maneuver on the outside. That's where all the points are going to come from. So last of blue, he required a 3.73, drops a 3.4, not enough. So unofficial, blue fourth, white third, green, you're in advancing position as is red. So advancing into the next round, green and red. Here we go, counting this one in. 10 seconds. In 4, 3, 2, 1. So that begins heat number 4 in this round of 56. Immediately following this heat, we are going to be moving back into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. Surfers in that heat number 1 in the round of 112. You are called to check in shortly. Here we go, blue up and right in Sage Cats. Big vertical turn. Another vertical turn. That's what the judges want to see, guys. 2 big turns. First section, second section. Kicks out the wave. Here we go, watching this replay. Watch the spit behind him, Simon. Watch this.
Throwing some water there. 2 big outside tags. And then just 1 little roundhouse. All the work was done with those 2 maneuvers.
Yep. Well surf wave. So surfers, take note. 2 turns. Just 2 turns. 8.33. 8.33 for blue. 2 maneuvers, both upside down, vertical in the most critical spot on the wave.
That wave was actually quite an interesting wave. It didn't look like a whole lot down the line, but it had a decent size to it, and he was able to go up and down.
And here we go, red up and right, and floats the first section out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback. Has a little bit of wave to work with. Kind of got hung up there a little bit, mistimed it. That's the tricky spot of this wave, Simon, huh? Right there. He's going to work it all the way to the inside. Waves are starting to line back up now to the inside. So first of green, 4.0 green, 4.0. So what did you think of that last of red?
Last of red was a well-surfed wave. It wasn't as steep as critical on the outside, but he got some work done through the middle and on the end. A lovely roundhouse.
Here we go, white up and right in. Big blowtail, but can't hang on. We're looking to see, hopefully we can get that replay of red.
It's cut.
It's almost like the ocean is not so angry as this morning, and they're seeing a couple cleaner faces on the outside. Let's see if the guys could capitalize. The scores are looking healthy in this heat.
Yeah, the tide is still pushing in. We're going to have a high tide around 1 o'clock this afternoon.
I might be looking for a little bit of an increase in size in the swell then as well.
Yep, on the next couple of days. So last of red, 5.17 red. Last of red, 5.17. So blue first, red second. Green, you are third. And white, you are fourth. Last of white was a 1.0. So we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Lucas McMahon, powered by Eco Lodge.
So here we are with Lucas. How would you describe the conditions today, Lucas?
It's tricky. It's really, really hard out there. Super windy, just all over the place. Oh, wait.
What happened? Yeah? Testing? How do you describe the conditions today, Lucas?
It's super windy, super tricky. Like, I was just lucky to get a 5 and a 4 out there. It's really hard. Yeah.
In terms of positioning, where were you putting yourself in the lineup?
I was just trying to sit the deepest out of the 4, just so when the heat started, I would be the one getting the first wave. So.
And Super Bowl, compared to other waves around the world you may surf, how would you describe it?
I really like this wave. It's super powerful. You get a lot of speed off the drop, and it's really fun to surf backside.
Awesome. Would you like to say hi to anyone at home, family or friends?
Yeah, I want to shout out my family at home, my girlfriend, and all the boys watching me.
Awesome. Good luck in the next round, Lucas, all right? Back to you guys at the booth.
Okay, thank you.
All right, back to live action. You hear Lucas saying that it was super windy and it was super challenging out there. I only caught a little bit of that interview. Priority change. Blue, you go to first, red second. At green, you go to third priority.
All right, the situation in the water right now is blue is in first with an 8.33 total. Second is red with a 5.17. Third is green with a 4 point total. and white is in fourth with a 3.50. Just to give everyone an idea of what today is, this is predominantly a east swell, and this is almost like a wind swell, so the ocean is actually moving sideways. It's a lot of paddling. It's quite challenging to pick up these good waves. Rider up in blue. Lovely first hit there. And a second, he's throwing buckets of water. This is our heat leader. Looking very comfortable and confident right now. Working this thing all the way through. He's going to end with a last hit. Well surfed wave. That was Sage Cats. Lovely outside work done. Big first hit. And he gets one more kind of almost like a under the lip hook on the North Peak. He redirects, works it back to the white water, sticks with it, gets a lovely snap, and then finishes with a one big hit. I'm sure that's going to be a hefty score. I'm not a judge, but I think he just cemented his position in this heat. That was up and down by white. You're seeing a lot of people looking at waves and last minute opting not to paddle. But everything is being looked at. Surfers have moved quite far inside. They're actually surfing the bottom part of the reef. The tendency with the east swell is it definitely does swing quite low down the reef and suits more curves, and it's not really a barreling wave anymore because due to the direction of the swell. So we are expecting an increase in the swell probably tomorrow, and a slight shift in the swell direction to be maybe a secondary north swell. Could make for some very interesting surfing. Situation update. Blue, you are currently in, where am I? Give him his last score. Your last score is coming in as a 6.0. All right, situation blue, you're in first with a 14.33 total. Second is red with a 5.17. Third is green with a 4-point average. And third is white with a 3.50. So you're in a commanding lead, blues. That's Sage Cats. All right, surfer in red, you're going to need a 9.16 to take over first. Surfer in green, you're going to need another 1.18 to take over second.
All right, priority situation. Red first priority, green second, white third, and blue fourth. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining as red up and riding. Elijah Smith, nice wrapping cutback. Another cutback, setting up this inside. Doesn't cooperate for him, and he goes out the back, currently sitting in second position. He's only sitting on his single score of a 517. However, the man of the hour, Sage Katz in blue, dropping an 8.33 and a 6.0. Here we go, White up and right in as he works his way out onto the inside. So immediately following this, we're going to be moving back into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. Servers in that first heat, you should be checked in. I see you on the beach. Servers, please remember, stay down in the channel. We got about 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining before we're going to move on into that round. I want to send a big shout out to our main sponsor, the BTMI, Shelly Williams and her crew is responsible for all of this, paired up alongside with Surf Promotions Barbados as we watch Green up and right in. Romeo Stone on a bigger wave. Goes up and gets hung up, but look what's coming up on the outside. Looks like they're going to get all taken away by it. No takers. They're going to have to duck underneath it. And Green on the inside. This little North Peak. Oh, and it doesn't cooperate. And Red on the outside. Elijah Smith. Last score dropping in at a 4.27. Looking to better that score. And he finishes it nice. So with 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
It's a well-surfed wave by Red. Manufactured that score from lovely North Peak hit, drifting the fins, and took it all the way through to the rip.
Okay, just on the 5 minute mark. Situation in the water remains the same. Blue first, Red second. Red's last score coming in at a 4.10. That does not go into your score line. Surfer in Green, you are currently in third position, requiring a 5.4. As we watch this replay, the last of Red.
Lovely fin drift there. He redirects to the right water, knowing that he's actually got one decent outside maneuver done. Goes on the inside, gets one little foam climb or a tap. And he sees the end section, and he's way in the rip now. He gets one finishing hit, and he actually gets a little drift there.
That effort earned him a score of a 4.10. However, Surfer in Green, currently in third position, looking for that 5.4. And Surfer in White, he is in fourth position, requiring that 6.9. 4 minutes remaining.
Our situation is only 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Surfers are all spread out. Boy's about to get cleaned up with a set on the head here. Well, it's not the best soup bowl, but it is contestable. Next heat, please hold your position green. You're encroaching a little bit there. Please stop where you are. We have a rider up. This is white. Went for one big hit there and not quite able to ride out of that. Thanks, guys, in the next heat. Thank you very much for holding your position. We're going to give you time to get it in position before we restart. So no need to rush over. Little break in the action. Things are a little bit slow. Surfers are waiting. We are down to 54 seconds, guys. So next heat in the water, just stand by. We're down to 54 seconds. Situation still is blue in first and red second. Everyone had a little sniff at that. On the inside, we have a rider up. Surfer just taking a ride in, not risking getting stuck in the rip. Okay. All right, that's it. Yeah, surfers in the next seat, y'all can move into position now. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That begins the next heat.
Oh, here we go. Green up and riding. Nice vertical turn, finishing maneuver. Can he hang on? Yes, he does. So we are in heat number 1, round of 112 BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, presented by Diamonds International. I want to welcome everybody to Barbados. Island of paradise, blessed with amazing surf. First of green, 4.5. We're going to work our way through this round of 112, heats number 1 through 8. Some action-packed surfing coming up today. Then we're going to move into the seed round, round of 96. Here we go, White, a little bit behind that section. And he's up and riding, working his way to that north peak. Let me tell you, if anybody doesn't know how much water is moving around in that section right there, it's only because you don't surf, or have never been out there. There's a tremendous amount of water moving there. That's what we call the North Peak. That's where two waves converge into one, and it is extremely difficult. And here we go, Red, up and right in. You can see that North Peak crashing down again there. And when the waves are doing it, you don't want to be there. So small scores on the board, a 4.5 for green, 1.17 for white. It's going to be another O for red. Something there popping up on the outside. Who's in position? This looks like green. He's up and riding. Andreas, nice wrapping cutback. Working it out onto the north section. Floats the section. Comes down, hangs on. Looking for that last maneuver. Not sure if he's going to get there. No, he doesn't, but he did do a couple of nice turns on the outside. So we're expecting a bump up in the surf tomorrow, later on today into tomorrow. Should last into Wednesday and Thursday. Small little underlying north swell as we look at this replay. Nice little check turn, slash, but then handles that lip line quite nicely, but the wave kind of runs away from him, and he doesn't manufacture another score, but he didn't need to, dropping a 717 for that effort. So green 717. Green cemented in first place as the field in combination situation. So green sitting on that 717 and a 4.5. With 15 minutes remaining, he's going to paddle out, and he's going to just get real quiet, wait for a wave that will better that 4.5, certainly better that 4.5. That will make the requirement on the rest of the field even tougher. Still plenty of time left in this heat, 15 minutes remaining. If we can get the scores up on the screen down in the booth, that would be great. Thank you very much. Well, we have a break in the action. We're going to cut to the glass.
Here we are with Sage. I see you dropped an 8.33 that last heat. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I'm just super grateful to be here competing. The waves are super fun, close to home too. And yeah, I got kind of lucky. The wave looked pretty weird at the beginning, but it bowled up pretty nice. So I'm pretty stoked, yeah.
And being from PR, do you think you're at an advantage here, or?
Not really an advantage, but yeah, we have a really similar wave, so it really feels like home.
And the conditions are a bit tricky today. Is the current bad? Can you walk us through it?
Yeah, with the high tide, it's like super gnarly. I think the low tides have been a little easier to like find the good waves. So yeah, it's definitely pretty new for me, figuring it out.
Do you want to say hi to anyone at home by any chance?
Yeah, to all the people supporting me and my family, my mom, my dad. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, Sage, all right? Have a good one.
All right, back to live action. Servers putting themselves back into position. You can see this swell starting to settle down a little bit more. This morning it was just waves coming in, wave after wave after wave. Now we're actually having 3 or 4 waves in a set. Hopefully that swell period starts to spread out a little more. Here we go, Red up and riding. He goes out the back, I don't know. All right, we apologize for that brief break in transmission. We are here for a full 7 days. We have 57 hours of surfing to get through. White giving this one a look. Here we go, up and right in. Big first turn. I think he needs to get a little more straight up and down rather than straight up and then a short little check turn. Somewhat of a quality wave, but that first turn was just a little bit hung up.
Looking out to sea, Lou, I'm seeing some swell marching in. Seeing lanes. I think we're definitely going to see a little increase throughout the day as well. We're seeing an increase in seaweed as well with this this easterly breeze. It's blowing it down the coast. We haven't seen that for a few days.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. We fellas cleaned the beach this morning, and it's already got quite a bit of seaweed back on it. But unfortunately, that's not anything that we can control. Mother Nature. Last of white 377. Last of white 377. Red, you now require a 3.75. You are currently in third, and fourth, you require a 4.9. Priority on the outside sits with Surfer in blue, followed by green, then red. So you are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. And on the outside, green on a nice looking wave. Here he goes, comes off the bottom. Oh, a little more effort on the tail there.
Conditions are quite challenging. The water is moving side shore, so it's very sweat out there. And it's really, you have to chance and take a bunch of waves to see which ones are actually gonna line back up on the reef. But this is what you call like an east swell, so there's very much a strong sweep on it and a strong current.
We decided to look at that replay. You could see where the nose of the board just got hung up a little bit. So we have dubbed this event the Heartbreak and Happiness. As the top 10 surfers are trying to stay within that top 10 and earn their way onto the Challenger Series beginning in Newcastle in July. And surfers behind them trying desperately to overtake them. There's some quality surfers in that top 20, 21, 22. Our local surfer, Joshua Burke, he's sitting in 25th.
Josh has been around here surfing the last week, watching him surf, but he is hungry. We're doing some really good surfing. We've had some good waves prior to this event. We had about 3 or 4 days of really clean surf. The Super Bowl that's the most consistent wave on the island. It will always deliver something.
Yeah, Josh Burke's currently sitting in 25th position. So Blue, your priority has been suspended until you find your way back into the lineup. You're deemed to be outside of the takeoff zone, the primary takeoff zone. All right, server's giving it a look. So that was deemed a paddle. So that was deemed a paddle by White. White, you go to fourth priority. Six minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So Blue's working on a little bit of a strategy here, Simon. He noticed that there's a couple of North Peaks popping up right there. His priority is actually suspended because he's not in the primary takeoff zone. But there's definitely waves that will offer scoring potential where he can go. But the reason why his priority is suspended is because he is sitting down in a position where if any one of the other three servers above him can catch a wave, he could actually take off and block them if he had priority over them. That rule was changed, I guess, about 5 years ago. Compliments of Mr. Medina, who did that. The 11-time world champion, Mr. Slater. And it's just not fair, you know. The sport has become all about fairness. And, you know, I think it's a good change to the rule. It works. So it keeps the higher priority surfer from being able to paddle below everybody and just wait. Now, if he does move back up into the primary takeoff zone, he gets back the priority that he was when he left it. It's not that he will receive fourth priority. He will be in the exact priority that he was before.
Blue saw the last two heats probably that some scores were being dropped right on the end here just before the North Peak, and he had a different strategy and he's sticking with it. He's still not going back up into the primary peak. He's staying low down.
5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. You are currently in third position. You require a 3.75. Red, 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. White, you are in second position. Red is in third, requiring a 3.75. Blue is in fourth, requiring a 4.94. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Dylan, can you come to the judges' tent? Dylan, please come to the judges' tent. So, Blue, you have now retained back priority. Blue, you are in first priority, followed by red, then green, then white. Three minutes, 45 seconds remaining. So you see, Simon, Blue was in first priority, which he had to suspend due to the fact that he has priority over any surfer in the lineup. And it's been deemed now that he is back in the primary takeoff zone, so all other surfers must give way to him. But with a suspended priority, that can't happen. It's just not fair, but he moved back up and he retained back first priority.
Blue can hardly even stop paddling. The sweep on the wave is so strong. Just to stay in that one spot low down, he has to keep moving. Okay.
So Blue, your priority has again been suspended, so that will give you some good indication. You're just right on the edge of the marker that we have up here. Here we go. Red is going to use second priority over white. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, kept him off that wave. One minute, 30 seconds. Here we go, White, currently in second position. He's up and riding. Out onto the open face. Goes over the section, here we go. And nice wrapping cutback by White. Blue up and riding on the outside. As White goes down, Blue opening his account with an offer, and Red sniffing with 35 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, just stay right there, please. Thank you. So waiting on a score for White. That will most definitely increase Red's requirement. Red is up and riding. He's not waiting. And we're counting down, 5 seconds remaining, so this wave will count in 3, 2, and 1. So that ends the heat. So last of White, 3.33. That increases the requirement for Red. I will give you the last score for Red when it comes in. Last of Red, 257, not enough. So unofficial. Blue fourth, Red third, White in second position and advancing, and in first position and advancing, surfer in green, Andreas Schneider. So well done, surfers. You will be advancing into the next round. We're going to stand by next heat. Stand by next heat.
Conditions are tough, you know. Surfers are probably trying to figure it out very quickly as they get out there from the beach. You know, you can pick out where the best waves are when you're in the ocean. On a day like today, it's a lot tougher.
As you look across the beautiful beach right here at Supo, Bathsheba. Later on in the day when the tide goes low, they'll have some rock pools sticking out of the reef there. Waiting to count this one in. We're on a short hold. We're on a short hold, surfers. We're now going to pan up to the contest venue. That is the beautiful east coast of Barbados that we're looking at. We're looking north. Well, more like northwest, I would say. Soup Bowl Beach. The reef actually faces directly north, which is why when we get those north swells moving across from North America, they make their way all the way down here into Soup Bowl, and this place just turns into a different animal. Surfers in the next heat, stand by. We're on a hold. We're on short hold. All right, stand by, servers. Counting this one in, 10 seconds. 5, and 3, 2, 1. Here we go, blue up and right in. Gabriel Vargas, big off the top, backside, can't hang on, and green on the outside. He's gonna get some wave to work with. Still a little too crossed up for that inside section, but manages to find a nice finishing maneuver. So Vargas really attacked that one, but just going down, can't hang on. We'll see where this wave for Ackerman goes. Last of green, 317. Last of blue, 1.5. So green and blue will hold third and fourth priority. And surfer in red as we watch this replay.
Now, watching this replay, green took this wave all the way through. And he was able to get one last finishing hit.
So surfers in this heat in the red jersey. Giacomo Macinas in blue, Gabriel Vargas in white, local boy Warren Povey, and in green, Joaquez Ackerman. Coming up in the next heat, we're gonna see another one of our local favorites, Tommy Layson. He's gonna be taking on another Barbadian, Caleb Rapson, Luke Dillman, and Charlie Denham. That's coming up immediately following this heat. All right, while we have a break in the action, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lodge with the last heat winner, Andreas Schneider. Take it away, Andrew.
Andreas, this is your second heat win for the day. How are you feeling?
Sorry. Feeling good. Waves are a bit difficult still, but I managed to get a couple again and drop a couple of scores, and I'm in the next round. So happy.
Did the conditions change at all from the last time?
Yeah, it got a little bit better. I think a little bit more water, so there are like more options, some more walls to work with. but yeah, still pretty grindy outside out there. Yeah.
And the board that you're riding seems to be working. Tell us a bit about it.
Oh yeah, the board's it's a Denga. It's a local shaper from where I'm from. He's from Italy. His name is Dennis, and he shapes really good boards. The board feels really good.
Awesome. Do you want to say hi to anyone at home?
Yeah, of course. Saludos a todos a casa. Estamos listos por el día hoy y nos vemos mañana. Pura vida. Muchas gracias.
Awesome. Good luck in the next one, Andreas. Have a
Yeah.
good one, all right? Back to the booth.
Back to live action. While we were on that short break, we only saw a small wave in green as we now watch surfer in red up and right in Giacomo Macinis. He just turned 14 in January, so he has a long career ahead of him. And on the outside, green, he's going to give this a paddle. Gabriel Vargas kind of gets hung up a little bit on that first turn. That's going to set the surfer in white. Warren Povey with priority sitting on the outside as Vargas works his way onto the inside. Gabriel from Peru. Giacomo.
It was a well-surfed wave, though.
Let's see where the judges put that in his score line. Last of blue, 4.0. Last of blue, 4.0. Last of red, 2.5. So blue, you currently in first position, followed by green in second. And on the outside, white, Warren Povey from Barbados is going to give this one a look, up and right and out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cut back. Working it to the inside. He's going to try and stick with this one, see if he can get a nice finishing maneuver. It's going to lift up for him, throws it up in the lip, working it all the way out to the rip, pushes out the tail, completes the maneuver, and has a long paddle out ahead of him. 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Green, you are currently in second position, but I am waiting for a score. For white, your score now drops in at a 3.27. So red, your last score coming in at a 2.5. So situation in water, blue first, green second, white, you are third. Blue gonna turn and burn on this inside section. Vargas throws it up in the lip, doesn't like the looks of the wave and kicks out. It was a wise choice. That wave went super fat. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So priority sits on the outside with the surfer in green, followed by red. Red's gonna turn and burn on this one. Here we go. He's going to get past this first section. Nice looking wave ahead of him. Throws it up vertical. It's a little squirty, but hangs on. He's only 14 years old and weighs about 45 pounds. That wave just pushed him all over the place. He did pick a good one, though.
Judges still have to reward that first maneuver.
Here we go. We watch the replay. Kind of just sets up this section here. Comes off the bottom and throws it up in the lip. I think he did good to hang on to that. So last of red, 3.10. Last of red, 3.10. Red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Green, you are currently in third. And white, you are in fourth. Blue, you are currently in second position. Your first wave was a 4.0 paired up with a 1.5. Green is in third, requiring a 2.3. White, looking at this inside. Here we go, Warren Povey up and right in. Nice wrapping cut back. And he's going to go out the back. Blues up and riding. Little wrapping cutbacks on his way to this inside section. A little more power and speed on that last maneuver. I think he's just trying to get rid of that 1.5. Last of White, 2.03. So White. All right, 9 minutes remaining. We are having some technical difficulties with the scoring on the screen, so I will try and keep everybody updated. Situation in the water is last of Blue was a 4.57, pairs up with a 4.0. He's in first. Red is in second with a 3.1 and a 2.5. White is in third with a 3.2 and a 2.0. White, you require a 2.3. And Green, you're in fourth with a 3.17 and a 2.0. You require a 2.4. 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. All right, we have seemed to work that out. We now have the scores back up on the screen. This is heat number 2 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International. Here we go. Watching Red up and right in. Giacomo throwing it up in the lip. A little more control that time. Nice wrapping cut back out onto the open face. Another wrapping cut back. Working his way all the way to the inside with a couple of more turns. He has a 2-time Barbados Surf Pro champion cousin in the likes of Luca Macinas. As we look at this replay, wanting to break it down for us, Simon.
Yeah, he gets a lovely first hit there. Comes off of that and does a lovely arcing cut back. Hangs on to his reel.
All right, well, we apologize for that break in the replay. Waiting for this score to drop for Red.
We have a rider up in white, Warren Povey.
We're gonna. Okay, so now all 3 surfers, Red, White, and Green, have scores to drop. Waiting to see where these scores will find their way. Last of Red, 3.47. 3.47 for Red. Last of White, 2.43. And last of Green, a 0.5. So situation in water remains the same as we watch this replay for white. Just a smaller wave, not really much offering. 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. I think white's gonna need to look for better waves than what he's catching if he wants to overtake that second position. We see a little paddle battle. White versus red. Red is about 3'6". White is about 6'3".
That is the truth. They are battling to get back out there for priority.
Five minutes, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. So priority goes to blue on the outside. Second priority white. Third priority red. Fourth priority green. So just some mid-range scores for everybody in this heat. Blue's gonna give this a look, and he decides that he's gonna leave it for green. Fourth priority in green. Nice big first turn out onto the open face. Setting up this inside. Just throws it up, little check turn. Not really doing much. Waiting for this wave to stand up for him. White, you are in third position. You require a 3.3. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. However, we are waiting for a score for green. Last of green, 3.6. Green, you go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you require a 3.3. White, you are in fourth. You require a 3.5. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Here we go, red up and right in. Not going to offer much on the inside with just 2 minutes remaining. So red, that does not go in your score line. One minute, 57. Green, you're currently in second position. Red is in third, requiring a 3.3. White is in fourth, requiring a 3.5. 40 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. White, looking at this one. White up and right in Warren Povey with 5 seconds remaining. Coming off the bottom. Nice turn off the top. Working it out onto the open section. He's going to look to try and finish this one in the rip. Can't quite hang on, and he goes down. Gave himself a little opportunity. Not sure if blue was up before the horn or not. So blue was not up in time. Last of white, 2.40, not enough, so situation remains the same. White first, white fourth, red third, green second, and taking the win, surfer in blue. We're gonna cut to a quick commercial break. Surfers in the water, please stand by. We're on a short hold, and we'll be right back after these messages. Three.
Cool, all right, man.
But waiting. And green up and right in. Caleb Rapson, he knows this wave well. Watch this first turn, bangs it vertical up in the lip, pushes out the fins, comes around the first section, bangs it vertical again. And white on the outside as Caleb continues onto the inside. Throwing it up a third time. He's going to look to finish strong. A little behind it, and he can't hang on. But the work was done on the outside.
Well put together wave there.
So
Nice.
last of blue, 417. Last of blue, 417. but waiting on this score for green. If we can cue up that replay, that would be great. Last of green.
That's going to be a bit of a hammer of a score. All the work was done on the outside, and he finished all the way through. Caleb showing us some local knowledge there, picking off a wave that gave him a lot of opportunity from the outside all the way through the inside. That's what the judges will be looking for.
Here we go, breaking this one down. This is the last of green. Sees that first section, comes around it, throws it up, pushes out the fins, and goes straight back into another fin drift. Then he's just going to compose himself and wait for this inside section to stand up for him. Another little tail slide. And then was just a little behind that last maneuver, and he goes down. That wave earning him a 6.33. So 6.33 for surfer in green. We are ready for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lodge with surfer in.
You have to tell us about what you said for this last heat, Gabriel.
Nah, super happy to keep advancing, being back in this beautiful Iceland. The heat was super hard. The conditions are like kind of stormy, so happy to keep advancing.
I'm seeing a lot of current in the lineup. Are you struggling to stay in position?
Yeah, don't stop paddling and catching waves. I just like thought about like just paddle every wave and try to make some scores, no?
So going into the next round, do you think you're going to change up the strategy a little bit?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for good ones because I didn't do like good scores, just advance, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Does anyone want to say hi to at home, family or friends?
Sí, quiero saludar a todos los que me están viendo y nada, contento de seguir avanzando. No tuve un buen hit, pero vamos con todo a concentrarnos para el siguiente.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round, Gabriel, all right? Good to have you here.
Probably nailing down a good score there to start his heat with right there.
All right, if we could just cue up that last of red, that replay, last of red. All right, here we go. We watch as he stands up. He's going to fade this bottom turn. Little wrapping setup, first turn. Sets it up nicely here, and he's just eyeing this section. Pushes out the fins a little bit, but kind of gets hung up here as the wave kind of rolls underneath him. But this is the money turn right there. Big finishing maneuver. Showing tons of technique well above his ears. 6.73 for red, 6.73. So red goes to first. Green, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. You require a 2.17. And white, you are in fourth, holding priority. You require a 5.84. 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So the situation is right now is red in first with a 10.06 total. Second is green with a 6.33 total. Third is blue with a 4.7. Fourth is white with only a 0.50 total.
Here we go, Tommy Layson up and right, and once again looking to back up that 6.73. Can't negotiate that whitewater maneuver. It's probably a good thing that wave did not materialize into much. All right, surfers let this first one go by, and the second one. Here we go, green up and right, and green gives way to blue. And blue's gonna work his way out onto the open face. First turn, little down carve. He's sitting on a 417. Here we go, white's gonna use priority. Out onto the open face. And green on the outside. As we stick with white, working his way to the inside. As green continues onto the inside. He's gonna stick with this one, trying to back up that 6-3-3. 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, so plenty of time. He's going to look to finish this strong. Throws it up vertical in about 6 inches of water. Caleb Rapson. I need Ryan Helm. Ryan Helm, you need to check in, please. Ryan Helm.
Going back to the replay.
Please check in.
Look of green. Last of Caleb Rapson doing some lovely filling work through the inside of this wave. This wave was a little bit softer and flatter, but Caleb manufactured a lot of scores, stuck with it. We're actually down into the rip here now. He's actually going into pipeline. He sees a little end, and he stabs it as hard as he can. So the judges have to consider that still a well-surfed wave. Work was done all the way through. Although he didn't have the ideal sections, Caleb did some good surfing.
Yeah, Simon, it's going to come in a mid-range score, but it's going to definitely back up that 6-3-3, and it's going to probably put him right back up into first. So the score's starting to trickle in now. All right, last up green, 4-6-7. Green, you go to first. Red drops to second. Red is up and right in Tommy Layson. Big vertical turn, comes down with it. Out onto the open face, nice down carve. Quality surfing by this youngster. He's going to look to finish this strong. All right, stand by for that score, ladies and gentlemen. White up and right, and he's up and out the back.
I got little goosebumps there. Red just threw down a hammer of a score. I'll be interested.
Here we go. Look at this. First maneuver, little setup turn, sees the section, waits at the top and goes vertical, pushes out the fins, out onto the open face, another multiple major maneuvers. And this score cannot help but going into the excellent range. Potentially even the highest score of the day.
Yeah, Tommy just did some world-class surfing there for us. Polished, precise, combination of major maneuvers was all there. What's the score?
It's dropping, and it's a good one. 8.0, 8.0 for red. Quality surfing by the youngster from Barbados, Tommy Layson.
Our little junior prince.
Combination of major maneuvers. My opinion, I would have thought it would have been the best of the day, but it's only 0.33 away from that. Still close. It goes in the excellent range. So he goes to first position. Green, you drop to second. Blue, you are currently in third, requiring a 6.8. White, you are currently in fourth, requiring an 8.2. 6 minutes remaining. Class beyond his ears, huh, Simon?
Tommy's definitely a classy little surfer. There's a lot of investment made by his dad in terms of time and knowledge. His dad was a really good surfer as well. He seems to only now be coaching Tommy, but Tommy is his spitting image of what his dad used to be.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right, just coming up on the 5-minute mark. Surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel.
The situation is red is in first with a 14.73 total. Second is green. Caleb Rapson with 11 total. Third is blue with 6.50. Blue is currently holding priority. And fourth is white. White is holding second priority. So that's Tommy with fourth priority, Caleb with third priority, blue with priority, white we hold second priority.
All right, Green's going to look at this one. And he goes up and out the back. He's looking at better at 4.67, so that may not have been a bad decision to go on that wave. Blue, holding priority. He's going to use his priority here. Charlie Dillman, first turn up in the lip. Out onto the open face, kind of gets hung up a little bit, and he goes down. And White, pardon me, that was Charlie Denham. This is Luke Dillman. With 3 minutes, 26 seconds remaining.
This heat has been a pleasure to watch, especially to see two Bajan surfers looking like they're doing well.
Yeah, we saw Jaden Hill. He's coming up a little later. Advanced earlier. And the junior, in the pro junior, coming up in the next heat. We got Rafe Gooding from Barbados. And red, Tommy Layson up and right, and he is the current heat leader. He's sitting on an 8 and a 6.33, 6.73, and he goes up and out the back. Surfers see it. Set, moving, ocean, horizon just moving around. Caleb is out there looking for where he's going to put himself into position. He's the only one on the outside all by himself. Popped up right in front of him, but he was just a little too close on the inside.
It's a real lucky dip out there. Sometimes you want to sit for the mid-sizers or sit inside, but then when the set pops up, it's usually on your head. But if you wait for the set, you have no chance of anything else.
You know, there's nothing worse than seeing that set pop up in front of you. You know you have to duck dive. Out here has so much power. It's not a wave that pushes you deep, but it drags you in, and it just ragdolls you.
We're down to a minute, guys.
.25 seconds remaining. Red. Second priority, Tommy Layson. He's the current heat leader. Setting up this inside. Here we go. Banging it. And as we stick with red, another nice layback slash. Gets hung up. And we're counting it in 3, 2, 1. So this wave 4 blue will count. Nice little float re-entry on the outside. Not really much to speak of. Don't think it will get to the score. Servers in the next seat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. While we are on that short hold, we are going to cut to a commercial break. We will be right back. Surfers. We are on hold, surfers. All right, here we go. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So the heat is on now. The heat is live. We are back to live action. While we were on that short commercial break, 2 scores dropping in that were insignificant, did not factor in. So situation remained the same. Surfer in white, 4th position. Blue, 3rd position. Green, advancing into the next round. Caleb Rapson from Barbados, and also advancing surfer in red, Tommy Layson. Okay, unfortunately, due to the fact that White stood up before the horn, he will retain 4th priority. So White, you are in 4th priority. we go. Blue up and right in. Rolling it up vertical. Nice little wrapping cut back. And on the outside, Ryan Helm. Unfortunately, standing up before the horn. No harm, no foul. He just goes in fourth priority. Well surf wave. So we're going to go back to green here. Local boy Rafe Gooding. Nice floated re-entry. Nice wrapping cut back. He's going to stick with it. Look at to maximize his scoring potential on the inside. He decides to kick out, trying to get back out before the surfer in white or red. Rafe suffered a little bit of a knee injury as we watch this replay of red. Not really much more other than that second turn, and we're going to pick up with green on this replay. So just a couple of small, insignificant, nothing major on the inside. All these scores are going to come in mid-range, just get them surfers. And the wax is live action. This is blue. Nice. That was a little bit more of a critical turn. Pushes out the fins. So blue will have two waves coming his way. Everybody else is waiting on that single score. So while we're waiting for those scores to drop, we're going to cut to the glass for the Eco Lifestyle and Lodge post-heat interview with Tommy Layson.
So here we are with local shredder Tommy Layson. Run us through that 8-point ride, Tommy.
Yeah, that 8-point ride actually came under everyone. I think I had priority, but it just came. It was one of those that came under all the waves. It wasn't a side wave, just a medium-sized one. And I was actually so stoked to see this one coming in. I knew that I needed a score, and I went under, and it just lined up perfectly the whole way.
And obviously, Tommy, you travel the world and surf, and you live here. So tell us about other waves compared to Soup Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, Soup Bowl is my favorite wave. It's my home break. It's a right, and it's not like one of the sandbars or beach breaks in the U.S. or Florida. So it's definitely a lot different to all those breaks. But yeah, I definitely like surfing here a lot.
And I noticed a new sticker on that board, man. Want to talk about it?
Yeah, so I recently just got sponsored by Quicksilver, and super stoked to get on the Quicksilver youth team. Such a sick program, and I also have another sponsor, Von Sipper Shades, and also really happy for that. And I also want to just say thanks to all my other sponsors like GWM, Irie One, Bear Wires, and Chemistry, as well as SES.
Awesome. Is there anyone that you want to shout out home, maybe, since you're here in Barbados?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all my family in Italy, back home watching, even here, and all my friends for supporting me.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, Tommy. You're ripping, all right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Travis Southworth, you are called to check in. Next heat, Travis Southworth. So back to live action. We heard Tommy, what you had to say about that last heat. Very happy to be on the Quicksilver youth team. Congratulations to you, Tommy. Well done. So Travis Southworth, you need to check in, please. Okay, last scores dropping in. Blue, you are currently in first position with a 4.73 and a 4.17. Green, you are in second with a 4.27. White, you are in third with a 3.23. And red, you are in fourth with a 2.5. White, you require a 1.05. And red, you require a 1.78. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Just want to send a big shout out to our main sponsors, the BTMI, the Tourism Development Corporation, and CIBC Commercial Bank. Thank you very much for your support. Without your help, we would definitely not have this event. Also want to thank St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge for the post-heat interviews. Also want to send a big thank you, shout out to all the Bathsheba locals, Bathsheba community. Thank you very much for allowing us to borrow your waves for the next 7 days. Blue up and right in. Oh, nice. That was a lovely rail turn. Another one. Kind of loses the fins there a little bit, but hangs on. He's currently in the lead. Last of blue, 633 blue. Last of blue, 633. That strengthens your lead in first. 8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Green ready scrambled to get into that one, so he will go to fourth priority. So priority shifts from red, white, blue, green, red, white, blue, green. Red, you are in first priority. You require a 1.78. You are in fourth position. All right, 5 minutes, 5 minute servers. Servers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. All right, green up and right in. Up and out the back. And red on the outside. Trying to get around this first section. Little down carve, setting up the inside. Doesn't really offer much. He's going to stick with it. No, he's not. He's going to go out the back. And on the outside, white not in position, but green's going to turn and burn on it. Here we go, green up and right in. Rafe Gooden, this is local knowledge at its best. He knew what that wave was going to do. He was only wishing that white didn't catch it, which he didn't. Rafe Gooden out onto the open face. He's eyeing up that closeout section. Where is it? Where is it? It's right there. Bangs it, pushes the fins out, and he's still not done. Nice finishing maneuver in about 6 inches of water. Rafe Gooden from Barbados answering the call. Made a little bit of a priority blunder and lost his priority, and from that point on he started to get busy. I could see what that wave was going to do, and surfer in white with priority on the outside just let it go as we watch this replay. First maneuver up in the lip, quality turn. Second maneuver, nice down carve. Staying busy, working it all the way to the inside. Hitting that last section, and it gave him another bonus section right there. Bang! Rafe suffered a little bit of a knee injury a couple of weeks ago, so he's on the recovery, and blue is up and right in. So blue is the current heat leader. We are waiting on that last of green to drop. Currently in second position, trying to build on that lead. So white is going to use priority here. He's up and right in. Can't get around that first section. Smashes the North Peak, but goes down with 139 remaining. Still deliberating on the last of green.
Yeah, last wave of green was a well surfed wave. Utilized the whole wave from the outside to the inside, so thinking that should be a decent score for him. He'll probably be happy when that comes in.
As we watch blue working it to the inside, he's the current heat leader. Last of green, 5.33 green, 5.33. So red, you now require a 7.1. And white, you now require a 6.37. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. White struggling to get into this one. Without an outside maneuver, Shorty wouldn't get that score that he needs as we count this one in 3, 2, and 1. So that ends the heat. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. We disregard that message on your screen. We are not waiting on any scores. We are going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages. All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat, Remy Armstrong, Travis Southworth, Tommy Zakala, and Victor Camarena. All right, White up and right in. Nice little wrapping cut back, and he goes out the back, just getting his feet in the wax. First of White, 2.83. Here we go, up and right in Remy Armstrong. Nice wrapping cut back out onto the open face. Another wrapping down carve, and he goes out the back. All right, last of red, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7 for red. Red, you go to first. White, you are currently in second. And green up and right in. Victor Camarina. Oh, lovely big turn off the top. Pushes out the fins. And that's all it's going to offer him. Showing some power on that wave. And it was a nice wave. White let it go. Blue capitalizing. Travis Southworth, another nice turn. Working it all the way to the inside. Currently hailing from Mexico. All right, while we wait for these scores to drop, we're gonna cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Johnny Herwin.
Tricky first heat and got a couple in this one. I'm super stoked.
And in terms of other waves that you may surf, Johnny, how does Soup Bowl surf?
It's really fun. I'm regular, so it's so fun to just go front side for once, like just all right, and it's like a playground.
And in terms of people in Barbados, what do you think about them?
Oh, they're so nice, like all welcoming, and they're so cool.
Awesome. And is there anyone you want to say hi to back at home, maybe family or friends?
To all my coaches, trainers, and my family.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, good luck in the next one, Johnny, all right?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, back to live action. While we were on that break, scores did trickle in. Surfer in blue, 353, and surfer in green, 383. So situation in the water is red first, green second, blue you are third. Blue, you require a 0.31, and white is in fourth, requiring a 1.0. 1350 remaining.
The sun's come out. It actually looks a little more appealing out there, but trust me, it's tough conditions for these surfers, a lot of paddling and a lot of wave selection out there.
So we're going with green, but red's got a nice looking wave on the outside. Big turn off the top. Remy Armstrong, he is the current heat leader. He's looking to back up that 5, 6, 7. I'm going to say he bettered it by a good set too. He's going to maximize all of this scoring potential. And he's going to burn out his arms on the way out. And if we can cue up that replay from red.
Last of red was a major wave.
Yeah.
2 outside, big turns, throwing a lot of water.
Here we go. Nice little wrapping setup. Turn.
He's actually redirecting to the white water. Now it stands up, and he gets one huge hit on the North Peak, and then a lovely wrapping carve back to the white water. He sticks with this, redirects the white water, just waiting for it. He's going through the rip here, a lot of little ribs in this wave. He sees the end section, bang, he gets him one hit. And then just a little foam climb. That is a well-ridden wave.
Yeah, it took a while to get started, but he made the most of it once it stood up on the reef. That was a little bit more of a northeasterly type wave. Hopefully what we'll be seeing more tomorrow on into the week. Last of red, 6.83 red, 6.83 for red. Putting him comfortably in the lead. Blue up and right in. Surfer from Mexico, Travis Southworth. Last of blue, 3.13. So green, you are currently in third position, requiring a 2.8. White is in fourth position, requiring a 3.8. Adam Bartlett, please check in. You are called to check in, Adam Bartlett. Here we go, green way behind the peak. Throws it up and can't hang on and goes down. Watching blue, up and right in on a nice looking wave. Checks the first turn, a little more meat in that one. And again, another good turn. A well-ridden, well-surfed wave.
He got a lot of work done there on that inside corner. We're going to have to queue up the replay there and see.
Catching that wave in 4th priority, Simon.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a wave. It was just like an inside grower, and he really tagged it.
Yeah. Quality maneuvers. You don't need to be the biggest wave, just need to be lined up as we watch this replay. That was the money turn right there. And then finishes it strong.
That was Travis Southworth of Mexico. Obviously, he's a good surfer. You can see that he really was able to utilize everything he could out of that wave.
$5.90 for blue, 5.90. Green, you now require a 5.6. You are currently in 3rd. And white, you require a 6.6. You are currently in 4th. Look what popped up in front of me. Nobody on it. Surfers jockeying for position on the outside. Who's going to get there? Anybody. White is going to use his priority. We're in 5 minutes. Nice wrapping turn. Banging it up in the white water. He's going to get on the low road. Here we go. It's going to line up a little bit for him. He's got a closeout section. Throws it up. Not really getting too much in the form of power on that last maneuver. With 4 minutes remaining.
Queuing up that replay. Last of white, big outside first turn. Gets a little tap on the north peak. It was a distorted little section. He's riding through a lot of chatter here. And he sets up one last finishing crack. So overall, it was still a well-utilized wave.
Yep, that effort earned him a 4.07. So white, you now require a 5.3. You are currently in 3rd. Red, your last wave was a 6.83. You're currently in 1st position, 3 minutes remaining. Blue staying busy. Looking to better a 3.5. Increase that requirement on 3rd and 4th. He is currently in 2nd position with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he picked up that wave just a little bit too wide. So not really giving him the wall to give him the outside maneuvers. Once realizing that, he was out of there.
Coming up on the 1 minute, 30-second mark. The situation remains the same. Red 1st, blue 2nd, white 3rd, and green is 4th. You see there on your screen. priority order. All right, red rolling in and green. Red with first priority, floats the section. Green gets out. Nice looking wave ahead of him, bangs it up vertical. Had to hold that one short, or he would have pearled that board for sure. He is the current heat leader with 36 seconds remaining. Nice big blowtail on the inside. Can't hang on. Next heat, stop, hold there guys, hold there guys. Thank you very much. 20 seconds remaining. White, you are in third, requiring a 5.3, 15 seconds remaining. Counting this one down. In 3, 2, 1.
Luda, seems there was a lot of action just happened in that last wave. I don't know if it's a priority blunder. And excellent probably score will be dropping in on that right as well.
Yeah, green wanted it, but red took it. Red had higher priority. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're in a short hold, just changing some judges while we're changing things around. We're going to cut to a commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
From a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search a million ways, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, ooh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My culture, you can need arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we done celebrate. Jump all around, that's how we done. Get on around, that's how we done.
All right, back to live action while we were on that short commercial break. Server in green had a wave, just mustered a 2.0, not a very good wave, not a very high score, just kind of getting himself busy. I'm sure that he'll be looking to replace that in his score line as we look at the replay. Just a little bit behind on his timing, and then he just opted to get out. Wise choice. So on the outside, white up and right in, and he's going to go up and out. So that's going to leave red and blue on the outside, battling for that first position priority. So we're in heat 6 of this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. We got red paddling. And he's up and riding. Little down carve. He's got a nice looking wave ahead of him. Good second turn, setting up this inside. And he goes out the back. So that'll give him a score. And if you remember, he dropped an 8.33 earlier in. He dropped an 8.33 earlier in this round. Pardon me, that was in the juniors. Sage Cats. If we watch this replay, you see the first setup turn. There's a more of a quality turn there. Comes over with the whitewater. Lovely technique, earning him a 5.17. So first of red, 5.17. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining while we have a break in the water. We're going to take a break for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with Remy Armstrong. Remy, run us through that last heat.
Yeah, I just started off quick, got a couple waves, and got some good scores to get through, so I'm stoked.
And how are the conditions out there? Is it kind of slow?
There's a lot of waves coming through, but it's pretty junky. But it makes for some good sections, some fun sections when you get them.
Is this your first time in Barbados?
Yeah, first time.
And compared to other places that you go, how is it?
It's beautiful. I love it here. Yeah, it's sick.
Is there anyone at home you may want to shout out?
Oh yeah, shout out my mom and my dad and all the boys back home watching. Stoked.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round, all right, Remy? Awesome. Sick.
And on the outside, red, he's going to get up in the mix. Sage Cat's going to get one more turn, throws it up on the North Peak. Can he hang on? No, he can't. And he goes searching for urchins. We're back to live action. I'm going to bring you some scores and see if we can get some replays up as we're going to watch this first one of blue. Started off a little slow, but boy, does he ever get busy on the inside. And this is where the wave starts to stand up for him. Sets up this next turn. Bangs it once. Bangs it twice. And a third time. Earning him a 4.17 for that exchange. And this is live action with white. Enzo Ackerman. So waiting for that last of green and also white. Last of red, 2.50. All right, last of green, 3.33. So one more for white. And then I can update the situation. Last of white, 3.43. So red first, green second. Blue, your third, you require a 1.16. And white, your fourth, requiring a 1.90. Red with priority, first turn, up in the lip, out onto the open face, a little foamy. Bangs it for a second turn. Don't think he's going to be able to get around that section, but the work was done on the outside. Green with a late drop. Currently in second position. Oh, that was a good wave, and he fell. And White up and right in. Oh, nice quality turn right there. Right in the pocket. Yeah. Enzo Ackerman. Working it to the inside, keeping it going, maximizing scoring potential.
Okay, time call here is 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Not sure who's asking for that situation.
So just waiting on that score for White to drop. Servers putting them in their position on the outside. Last of White, 477. So White goes to second. Blue, you drop to third. You require a 4.0. And green, you drop to fourth. You require a 4.8. Last of red, a 517. White, you are currently in second. Your last wave was a 477. Red, you are currently in first. Your last wave was a 517. Blue, you require a 4.04. You are currently in third. And green, you are currently in fourth. You require a 487.
We got Ryder up. Blue is up. First snap off the top. He's trying to connect this north beak. Gets a lovely hit and a tail drift there. Just a little snap there. He's trying to connect this inside section. Not quite going to do it, but the damage was done on the outside. This is Enzo. Lovely first carve to start this wave off. Fortunately, that wave went a bit weird on him. He wasn't able to get a north peak, so he decided to get out. This moment right now, we're actually seeing a little flurry of waves coming through. Surfers having a lot of opportunity of things to look at. As a replay now of Blue, then that lovely first hit at the North Peak when then couldn't connect the inside section.
All right, surfers, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, surfers. Surfers in the next heat. You are free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Blue, your last wave was a 4.93. You go to second. White, you drop to third. White, you now require a 4.34. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 5.7. Blue on the inside North Peak. Throwing it up vertical. He's looking, trying to better his low score. Not going to do it on that one. Here we go, White. Enzo Ackerman, quality turns. Try and get it back out onto the open face. Negotiating this whitewater well, banging it up in the lip, pushing out the fins. Just needing a mid-range score, but current heat leaders, I don't know what happened there. He just fell. On the outside, Green paddling to get in. He can't get in. Red's going to turn and burn. Here we go. Up in the lip. and goes out the back with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Waiting for this last score of white. That could be the only one of consequence. It's coming in. All right, last of white, 5-2-3. White, you go to second. Blue, you drop to third. You require a 5.08. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 6.6. Blue, you require a 5.08. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Green, up and right in. First maneuver. That wave's not going to offer much. He's going to kick out.
It's a tightly contested heat between red and white. Situation is red is in the lead with a 10.34 total, with white in second with a 10-point total. Blue has a 9.10 total. And we're in the countdown now, guys. There's 10 seconds remaining. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's all she wrote.
All right, servers in the next seat, please stand by. We're going to be on a short hold. Stand by, servers. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action from the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. All right, counting it in. 10 seconds. All right, back to live action. No waves ridden while we were on that short break. As you can see, the surfers coming up in this heat. Mark Whitledge, Ocean Giddens, Timothy Simmers, and Baylor White. They'll be contesting for a vie in the round of 96. Coming up a little later on in the week. Here we go, White up and right in. On the inside wave, but getting busy on it. Working it all the way to the inside.
The ocean looking a little bit squally right now. These side shores are not making these conditions easy for the surfers at all. That was a fun last heat to watch. It seems almost every other heat seems to have a flurry of good waves. Couple of swells popping out. Let's see what presents. Everyone had a duck dive that one. Ocean just takes on a little bit of a different appearance at this moment. So we have 3 Americans and 1 Barbadian in this heat. Local boy Ocean Giddens.
All right, we are going to cut to the glass for the St. Luke's Clothing Eco Lifestyle and Lodge post-heat interview with your winner of the last heat, Sage Katz.
So yet another heat interview. How are you feeling, Sage?
I'm just stoked to make it through. The conditions were so hard out there. So yeah, I'm just really happy to pass.
So what's the most challenging thing about there today? The current, or?
Yeah, I think just the wind and the current makes it really hard to see which wave is going to be good. So I was having a hard time with that.
And what board are you surfing out there today?
I'm on a Milano, on a Groveler, on a 6.0 PU. Feeling pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you want to shout out maybe at home?
My uncle Brian, he's my inspiration for all this. He's been competing for so many years, so yeah, shout out to him.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, all right, Sage?
Thank you so much.
All right, back to live action. While we were on that short break, surfer in white, his score coming in at a 4.5, and also the surfer in green, his score coming in at a 2.83. Pick up on that interview replay of the last 2.83 of green. Servers putting themselves in position. Mark Whitledge, he's up and riding. Coming out onto the open face. He can't quite hang on to that, gets thrown off. Here we go, local boy Ocean Giddens up and riding in blue. And he goes up and out the back. That's going to hand priority to right Timothy Simmers.
We still have 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. We got 2 more heats of this round of 112. Then we're going to shift gears to go back into the Live Like Zander Pro Junior. We're going to finish the day off with 8 heats. Are expecting a slight bump up in the swell between later on this afternoon and tonight on into the weekend. Certainly the rest of the week, the weekend is still a little bit iffy as to whether or not a little north swell will be reaching its way down here. Here we go, White up and right in. Timothy Simmers, big floater. And on the outside, Green floats the first section. He's going to have to hustle to get around this one. Just a little behind, and Red on the outside. Again, all the surfers just a little bit too far up inside. Can't really negotiate that first section, and they all get washed. Just want to send a big shout out to my lovely sister watching all the way from Iron Station, North Carolina. Glad you can join the broadcast. Love you, Donna. Stay tuned. We have some hot action surfing going on all week. We're watching Green, but we're going to shift to White in the back. This is Timothy Simmers. Wow, that was a quality wave. Younger brother of world champion Katie Simmers. She also is a winner in Barbados. Watch this first lovely wrapping cutback and then smashes that floating section. As we watch Blue, Ocean Giddens on the outside. We watch this replay of Blue as the scores start to trickle in for White. Just a couple of mediocre cutbacks waiting for this inside section to line up. It's a little too bumpy on the face for him. Last of White, 7.0, 7.0 for White. Last of Green, 2.83. Last of Red, insignificant, 0.80. Just waiting for one more for Blue. And then I'll update the whole situation. All right, last of Blue, 3.33. So situation in the water, White first. White, you have a 7 and a 4.5. Green, you are second. You have a 2.83 and a 2.23. Blue, you're third. You have a 3.33 and 8.5. You require a 1.73. And Red, you're fourth with a 1.3 and 8.8. You require a 3.7. 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Green up and right and Bader White. Nice quality maneuver. First turn. Wave not offering much. He goes out the back. Well, he's currently sitting in second place. I'm sure he's going to get close to or replace both of one of those scorers. Red. He paddled, and priority now shifts to surfer in white, followed by blue, then red. Five minutes remaining, surfers. Surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Thank you very much. So far, everybody has obliged. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Last of green, 263. So that just slightly ups the requirement for blue, requiring a 2.1, and red now requires a 4.13. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Green on the inside. He's going to stick with this one. Coming up in the last heat of this round of 112, heat number 8, we'll be immediately going into the Live Like Zander Men's Pro Junior heats 1 through 8. That will round out the day. Looking to finish here about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Blue has higher priority. He's going to go left. Ocean Giddens throws up the tail. Hangs on to the maneuver, but it's only going to offer that one maneuver. Three minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, White's going to use priority. Picked a good wave. Here we go. Comes off the bottom, throws it up in the lip, and he gets unstuck and goes down. Red on the outside. All he can manage is that floater. And blue, Ocean Giddens on the outside. Pushing out the fins and gets gobbled up by that North Peak. However, his last wave did come in at a 3.7. That put him in second. So green, you are in third position, green. You require a 4.20. And red, you are in fourth, requiring a 5.7. One minute, 15 seconds remaining. 35 seconds remaining. Twenty-five seconds remaining. White snuck out this one on the inside. 10 seconds remaining. All right, counting this one in. And 3, 2, 1. All right, so that ends heat number 7. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages. All right, so we're back to live action. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Introducing this heat, we got Mateo Wander in red, Giuliano Zuli in blue, and Romeo Stone in the green jersey. My name is Zander Venezia. I'm paired up here with Bodie Rapson. What are you thinking of the surfing so far, Bodie?
Hey, want to say good afternoon to all our viewers all over the world. I've been tuning in from home. Yeah, it's definitely challenging conditions today, but there's definitely some high quality surfing on display. It's good to see a lot of the local guys getting through. A standout performance from Tommy earlier. I was watching at home. So, yeah, nice sunny, breezy conditions. Surfers are going to have to go out there and really, I think wave selection is the key today, Lou.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been like that all morning. High tide is just about now, 12:40. I think it was like 1 o'clock actually. Soup Bowl generally likes a higher tide, but there was just so much wind and so much rain last night. Really has the ocean all disturbed, confused. There's definitely some scoring potential out there. Red gonna roll into this one. Mateo Wander, and he goes up and out the back. Here we go, green up and right in. Oh, quality turn there. Romeo Stone from Costa Rica. And he goes down.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing those challenging conditions. Waves not offering a lot of scoring potential. Here we go on the replay. That first turn was all the money. Nice vertical hit. Just about hangs on, but then that wave tapers out.
Back to live action.
So yeah, the forecast looks like we're gonna have a few more windy days.
All right, last of green, 383. Last of blue, 1.8. Last of red, 1.5. All right, priority is to red. We are down on the digital board, so we're going to use conventional priority with the discs. It is just to your right of the judges' tower. You'll be able to see it. All right, we're back up on the digital board.
We're just making sure that the priority board is working properly. Priority is very important to the surfers out there. They need to know who gets first choice of the waves. Priority plays a lot into the strategy of surfing, especially on a day like today when conditions are quite challenging and you need to find that perfect little wedge. Can make all the difference between advancing and not making it through. So the surfer priority at the moment is red. For those of your viewers at home, look on the screen, you'll see that P next to the red. That gives him first priority, followed by green, and then blue. So any wave coming in, red gets the first shot at it. If he passes up, then green gets the next shot. And there's some wedges coming through, Lou.
Waves and seaweed. Wow. Two things we cannot control. Here we go, blue. Giving this one a look. He's up and riding. Just a little shouldery wave. Set rolling through on the outside. Surfers putting themselves in position. Who's going to take it? Nobody takes it. They leave it.
Yeah, just a series of small waves ridden so far in this heat. Hasn't really got going too well yet. Waves coming in very much from an easterly direction, very shouldery, a lot of cutbacks. Not the highest scoring potential. But if we get that little nugget that shows a little bit of that north wall, with those big sections to bang, that's where all the scoring is going to be today.
All right, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview. Powered by St. Luke's Clothing, Eco Lodge Lifestyle, with Timothy Simmers, winner of the last heat.
Hi guys, I'm here with Timo. Describe the conditions for us.
The waves are pretty fun. It's like 4 foot and super windy, but yeah, it's fun.
And how is Soup Bowl surfing for you?
It's a sick wave. I've only ever been here when it's windy, but it's a sick wave.
How do you like the island of Barbados?
It's super nice. Like, yeah, it's like nowhere I've ever been before.
And what board are you surfing?
I was on a Lost surfboard.
Anyone you want to shout out maybe at home, family or friends?
Yeah, shout out to my mom and my dad and my sister. Hopefully they're watching.
Well, thank you very much, Timo, and good luck in the next round, all right?
Yeah,
no problem.
All right, green. Romeo Stone. Oh, wow. Just mistimed that one. Hopefully that board didn't catch him where it's not supposed to.
Yeah, that was the section he's looking for. That's where the scoring potential comes, but completely mistimed it. That's where you get those board breakers. Seems like he's all right.
Surfer in blue with priority sitting on the outside. .10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. This heat is still wide open. Last of green was a 1.0. He's currently in first position. There is no surfer in white. Ben was unable to get here.
Yeah, I know Ben will be gutted not to be out there. He's been coming here since he's a little kid. And his mom, Joanna, shout out, she's listening back home, or I don't know if she's here. I haven't really been around too much this week. I'm just starting to get down and mingle and get in the crowd and seeing a lot of new faces this year, Lou.
Yeah, a lot of kids, a lot of new kids. Biggest field we've ever had.
Yeah.
I mean, each division, I think, had at least 8 or 10 kids on the wait list.
Yeah, some new faces, and they're ripping, and they're loving it. They're surfing with a huge smile on their face. They're happy to be here in Barbados, warm water. They had a really nice week of warm-up conditions before this. We had some waves on the west coast. We've had waves on the south coast. So all the new surfers are really getting a taste of what Barbados can offer. Today, it's offering up some challenging conditions, for sure. But these surfers will relish that challenge, and the good thing about conditions like this is very much comes down to wave selection. The best surfer isn't always going to win.
Here we go. Blue's going to pull the trigger with priority. Currently in second position. Nice little first turn. Surfer from Brazil. Looking at this inside. Has to get over that first rib. Is it going to give him anything more? It looks like he will get one finishing maneuver in a sea of seaweed. He is currently in second position. Definitely going to better his two scores, only sitting on a 2 and a 1.8. As Red utilizing his priority. His wave trying to stand up as best it can. And he goes out the back. So waiting on Red and waiting on Blue. So
yeah, a couple of well-ridden waves. Didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential, but the first waves we've seen in the heat that they've managed to connect and make it into the inside and get a few extra turns. So those will be some decent scores. In that replay, we see Blue getting up. First turn on the outside, just a nice little wrap, and he's just waiting for it to stand up. This is where he does a little bit of pumping just to connect to the inside, and here we go. Let's loose. That's a nice turn. And then another little tag, taking it all the way in, just maximizing whatever he can get out of this, because we don't know how many of these waves are going to make that connection to the inside. So Blue will be pleased with that.
So last of Blue, 3.5. So Blue, you go to first. Still waiting on the last of Red. Red, last of Red, 2.73. So Blue first, Green second. Red is third, requiring a 2.1. And White
So here we're just looking at the replay of Wed, trying his best to manufacture a score here. I think we're going to be looking at something.
So back to live action with Red. Nice wrapping down carve, but that's all she's going to rate. He goes out the back. 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. He does only require a 2.1. So Green is now up and riding. Bangs that north section. He hangs on, but he's not going to be able to get around it. But still, that was a solid quality maneuver on the outside.
That was a good turn. I think that was the first turn of consequence we've seen in this heat. Finding that steep north wall coming at him and putting him everything into that one maneuver. Nearly came unstuck, but managed to compress a little bit and ride out. So I think that Green will have made a little statement with that one move.
Our last of Green, 5.0. Green goes to first. Blue, you drop to second. Red, you are now in third. You now require a 2.7. And
so there we go. The judges rewarding the commitment to that first turn, Lou.
yeah, that's for sure. And Brew's going to try and answer back here. Nice open face down carve. As we come up to the 5-minute mark. Servers in the next seat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel.
So for those of you watching at home, that was a good example of quality over quantity. We had Red and Blue taking the wave away to the inside and getting lots of little tags. And then we had Green with that one big committed turn and that steep wall. And you see the judges want to see that commitment. Watching a replay of Blue's last wave. Just a couple of little wraps, trying to stay with the power source, hoping for it to wall up and give him that inside scoring potential, but nothing doing.
So 4 minutes remaining, and we have an empty lineup. All the surfers waiting on scores. So the last of Blue coming in at a 2.37. So that goes in your score line. That increases the requirement for Red to a 3.15. So Red back out on the outside, holding priority now.
So Red in a pretty strong position, holding priority with 3.5 minutes to go. Not looking for a massive score, but he will need something that gives him a bit of a wall, allows him to express himself. We're not seeing a lot of big scores dropping for cutbacks.
No, it's going to have to be his best. It is a minimal score, but he only has 2 small scores on the board. With 3 minutes remaining, he's sitting in priority. He's in the driver's seat. He just has to hope the ocean cooperates, and he's in the right position. There we go, Blue, no ride. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Blue holding that slender advantage over Red. He will want to see the ocean go flat for the next 2.5 minutes. Red will be hoping for some kind of a bump to come through and allow him to throw down 1 or 2 big turns and get the score. Coming up to 2 minutes.
So Red seems to be taking a little bit different strategy here. And he's going to pull the trigger, use his priority, up and riding. Nice wrapping down carve. This could pay off for him here. He's going to get a couple more opportunities. He's got to get something critical. Just a couple of cutbacks. Right in this one all the way to the end. So let's see where the judges go with it.
Yeah, that was interesting strategy from Red, but it looks like it may have paid off. Red had priority, decided to leave the main peak and paddle further and deeper. Managed to pick off a nice little nugget. Here we go, looking at Red's replay.
Here we go, Green up and right in. He's the heat leader with maneuvers like that. Another strong maneuver. He's going to cement himself. I think that's going to be his best. As we watch this replay of Red, just a couple of cutbacks.
I think Red is going to make it interesting here. Looks like Green has just solidified his lead on the heat with a couple of big turns on that wave. Waiting to see what the judge is going to drop.
Red, 4.23. Red, you go to second. Blue, you drop to third. Blue, you require a 3.4. 40 seconds remaining.
All right, so Red gets the score and hops above Blue with 20 seconds to go. Blue's looking for a 3 and a 3.47. Will the ocean send him a little peak?
Green, last of Green, 5.67. So Green, that's your best, 5.67. Blue, paddling for this one. He's up and riding as we're going to count this one in 3, 2, and 1. So that concludes heat number 8 of the BTMI Barbados QS 5000 round of 112. Coming up next, we're going to be shifting gears, going into the Live Like Zander Pro Junior, presented by Diamonds International. Surfers in the water, hold your positions. We are in a short hold. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages. All right, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Rex Hennings. In blue, Kieran Spring. In white, Rafe Gooding. And in green, Victor Camarino. I think this is his 4th heat for the day. Earlier in the day, back-to-back heats, taking a win in both of those heats, advancing on into this round. So we saw some quality surfing in that last heat with the surfer in green, Romeo Stone, throwing down the gauntlet with 2 5s. So we pan across a beautiful Barbados. That is what we call the music rocks right there. If you look closely, you'll see an otter, a frog, a pig.
Yeah, Romeo definitely the standout surfer in that last heat.
Who's going to pull the trigger? Not one person.
No one likes to look at that one. Yeah, I was watching Victor at home this morning. That kid was on a tear, a real nice kid, did some awesome interviews. Saw him surfing the other day over at Drill Hall. He was surfing really well, stylish. 4 heats already for the day. You have to wonder if at some point in time the energy is going to start to play a part.
Well, this will be his last today. Not that he's going to lose, but yeah, there's no more.
No more for him today.
No more coming up.
He'll be happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Gonna check out young Rafe Gooding. He's been surfing really, really well. Got some really good results on the local circuit, on the Surf of the Year series we do locally. Taking out a win in our 2nd event. And Rafe's been training hard and surfing well. So let's see what he can bring to the table today.
Yeah, he made a little bit of a mistake in the last heat and gave away priority, but I think it just fired him up because he got real busy and hunted down a real nice wave. I don't think that he would have been in a position if he would have retained priority to be in the position for that wave, but he maximized everything about it, and he was able to move on into this round.
Sometimes not having priority can be a blessing, especially on days like this, especially for some of the fitter, busier surfers. Instead of sitting waiting for that one wave, they just keep pulling the trigger until they find something that works.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely different surfers, you know, perform better without that priority. Some will actually give away the priority just so that it doesn't have all that pressure on them, you know. Here we go, Red. He's closest to the curl, gets the wave, and he got it. Rex Henning's big first turn. He's no stranger to Barbados. He knows this wave well. He can definitely win this event, that's for sure. Yeah, it's weird. Some surfers just, they go into a brain fog when they get that priority, and they just wait and let good waves go by. And then some surfers just love that fact of having to be busy all the time, hunting the waves, you know?
Yeah. And some surfers just have ultimate confidence in their own ability, and they just know that you give them a chance and they can manufacture scores, especially when you don't need big scores.
Well, yeah, I agree with you 100%. And there's 3 of them that are here right now. And I've been watching them all week, and all 3 of them are absolutely ripping. But for right now, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview with St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge for the winner of the last heat, Romeo Stone. Take it away, Andrew.
So yeah, I'm here with Romeo. Romeo, describe the conditions for us today.
It's so difficult out there. I can't even tell where to sit. I don't know what's going on, but it's fun. And if you get the right little bowl, then you can rip it. But other than that, it's very difficult out there. There's a lot of water moving.
And I was watching, and there's a lot of paddling going on. Is the current real strong?
It's so strong. I thought I'd be in position, and I'd look back, and I'd be almost in the channel again, and just like constantly, every time, like you can't stop paddling. Like you can't even sit down, or you're just gonna get dragged into the channel.
And where are you staying while you're in Barbados?
I'm staying with in Cattle Wash with a couple of friends. I've got a good crew of friends that are from California, and I came super last minute, so they had a spot for me, so I'm on a little cot, and it's great.
I said, you want to shout out anybody at home, maybe some friends or family?
Yeah, pues quiero decir gracias a todos en casa que me apoyan, a mi mamá y a todos mis amigos, y no, pura vida a la siguiente ronda.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round, Romeo, all right? Have a good one. Watch you guys in the booth.
All right, back to live action. While we were on that short break, the score for Red, Surfer and Red, came in at a 5.5.
Yeah, only wave ridden, but Red managed to get off to a bit of a flyer there. Don't know if we can pull a replay of that wave, but it started off a little bit slow. He did manage one big hit on the outside. I think that's where most of the score came from. Really committed turn, blowing out the tail. Here we go, Red on replay. So as you see, comes in, he comes from pretty far behind the section, has a bit of work to do, but once he gets out on that open face, there we go, throws the tail, puts everything into that one turn, gets a little hung up, but comes out, manages to have a little carve. And he's out of there. But the judges, again, rewarding that commitment to a big turn right in the pocket, really putting the board on rail, showing the fins. So he's sitting on a pretty solid open score considering conditions today. We got 13 minutes, 20 seconds. So we got green having a look. And white manages to sneak in. Here we go. First turn, another carve. Staying close to the pocket, but there's so much bump and chop on the wave face. Catches a rail, catches the nose there. So that will just be a small score. So White, your score drops at a 2.5. 2.5 for White. Red, you're sitting on a 5.5. And here we have Red having another look. Taking off on a little inside nugget, Lou. First turn looks fun. Throws it all into that second turn. Here's Green. Nice turn off the top, throwing some spray. Looks like this one might line up for him a little bit. Oh, and he cuts out.
Wow, that was a good exchange there. That boy in green, he's finding his own out here.
Go, replay. Look at that first turn. Right up on the lip. Cuts it a little bit short. I thought he may have tried to stay with that wave and tag it a couple more times on the inside, but we said energy is a factor at this point, and Green's on heat number 4, so he just thought, let me go out and try to find something with a little more scoring opportunity.
So while we wait for these scores to drop, got one coming for Red, one coming for Green, leaving Surfer in Blue with priority on the outside, yet to open his account. Last of Red, 4.5. Last of Green, 377. Last of White, 2.5. So Red first, Green second, White is third, and Blue is fourth. 10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
So this is where we may see the priority curse come into play. Blue sitting there.
Here we go, White. He's going to use this little inside section, open his campaign. He's got a nice little inside wave. Oh, flicks out the tail, but can't hang on. And Blue on the outside gave that one a look. All that did was put him on a position, and he's going to have to go under the next one.
So as we see White staying busy under priority, picking off a nice little nugget. He was on his way to a pretty decent score there. Unfortunately, just lost it on the last turn, trying to push a little hard, trying to maximize his scoring on that smaller inside wave. Wanted to blow the tail out, put a bit of an exclamation mark on the last maneuver, and just pushes a little too hard. But he'll want to stay busy because he'll be out of priority now. So White knows this break well. He'll try to find those little nuggets on the inside, and while the others are outside waiting on a set wave.
All right, with 9 minutes coming up in the next heat, Tommy Layson, Gabriel Griffin, Jacques Ackerman, and Taylor Tice, you guys should be checked in. You got about 5 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes to go before you can paddle out. Holding a commanding lead in this heat is Rex Hennings. So last of White was a 2.27. That was enough to momentarily put you back in second position. Surfer in green, you just require a 1.0, and Blue, you require a 4.7. Blue holding priority, followed by Green, Red, then White. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's so important that you finish your waves. I feel like White could have got to squeeze an extra point on a point and a half out of that wave if he just managed to hang on. But it's enough to have him in qualifying position for now. But he will need to stay busy. And we got some waves coming, Lou.
Here we go, Blue. Using his priority, sat with it for a little while. He's going to stick with this one. He's got a north section to work with. A little late getting there. Can he hang on? Yes, he does. How he did it, I don't know. That was, I'm pretty just amazed at how he hung on to that.
Lou, you've surfed out there, and you know that might look easy, but you know when that section's coming at you and you don't even have full board speed to fly up in that lip and still ride out with all that turbulence. Is not easy. Here we go. Look at Blue on the outside, using that priority. First bit of a tapered turn, just playing it safe, seeing the potential for this on the inside, and here he goes, sends it, and manages to hang on. Committed surfing.
4.17, Blue, 4.17. So, Blue, you are still in third position. You now require a 0.60. Green, you are in fourth. You require a 1.0. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, look at that replay of blue, that last lip. Not a lot of speed leading into it, slightly missed time, but the judges rewarding the commitment to it. As we would say here earlier, send it.
There's that replay once again. He's just looking at that section. He sees it, and he's just waiting for it to stand up for him. And he was just a little late getting to it, but it probably helped him in the end because it put him back out in front of that, you know, oncoming lip, and all that turbulence of that North Peak can generate.
The key to that was compression. As he came out of the lip, bending his knees, getting as low down to the board, absorbing as much of that impact as he can, and managing to ride out and getting the score. So that puts him in a strong position to look for another score. Only requiring a small score of 0.60 to get into a qualifying position. So
Green, you are in fourth position. Your wave is a 377. You require a 1.0. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So Green sitting on the outside with priority, only needing a 1.0. And Blue, he was in fourth position, fourth priority, so no harm, no foul, but the one that has to be on his toes right now is the surfer in white. He should be hunting. He is. He sees it. He's just a little too far up inside.
yeah, surfer in green in a very strong position, only needing a 1 point wave to go through. And this kid could do that blindfolded.
Here we go. Red, your heat leader. Rex Hennings out onto the open face, throwing it vertical up in the lip. And Green on the outside. Oh, my goodness. Hard luck, because if he had made that, it was all over but the singing. And Green, lovely turns. And Green on the outside trying to answer back. Rafe Gooding. He's going to stick with it. That was excellent surfing by the surfer in red.
Red absolutely went to town on that first wave. That's going to put a statement on this heat. And then we had a good exchange between green and white after that. So here we go. Green coming up. Just a little check turn. Looking for that section to stand up. Nice turn in the lip. Another nice wrapping turn. Blows the tail a little bit, but then he goes down. So that's incomplete.
Yeah, they're both of those red and green with it. 4 minutes, 10 seconds, 4:10. Red and green, both.
Waiting for scores to drop, but I think red definitely took the advantage in that exchange of what we've seen.
I think red would have definitely gone up in the excellent range had he made that second maneuver.
Oh.
Quality turns. I wonder if we can cue up that replay.
Yeah.
We can have a look at it.
Here we go. Look at red coming in deep. This ball wave stands up for him. Here we go. First committed turn, vertical into the white water. Here's the second one. Here we go. Boom. Just straightens out his legs a little bit. Doesn't compress enough. Comes down and loses it with that section.
So the scores for red was a 5.73, 5.73 for red. Green, you are a 4.20, so green goes to second. White, you dropped to third. White, you now require a 5.20. Blue, you are in fourth. You require a 3.80, 3.81. 3 minutes remaining. So that 5.73 for red was just that one single maneuver.
You called it, Lou.
Red, your last wave was a 5.73. You are currently in first position. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you called it, Lou. If he had made that second maneuver, that was going to drop excellent for sure. Dropping a 5.73 on that one maneuver. And the second one was even more explosive than the first.
Yeah, it was just a little bit. He got down just at the same time as the lip, so it kind of bucked him off, but it was a quality maneuver. And like I said to you before, this boy can win this event. No money serving from back in the far. So here we go. White up and right, and Rafe Gooden throws up the first turn. He's got another section to work with. Nice wrapping cutback. Oh, he's on his way. Here we go. He just needs to finish it. Then the wave cooperate with him. He's going to take the low road. He's got one more maneuver. Hopefully, can he hang on to it? And he finishes it strong. Rafe Gooden from Barbados. 2 minutes remaining.
Wow, Rafe, well done.
So red up and down. As the set rolls through, the surfers look at it, they can see it.
So waiting on that replay of White, who just went to town on that inside wave. One of the turns I think I've seen of the morning, fully committed on rail. Here we go, White paddles in, comes from deep. He's eyeing up down the line. First tag, nice hit. Comes on down, staying composed, nice and compressed. There's the turn, beautiful rail work. Complete board redirection, loads of spray. And then that wave just kind of tapers off. But he sticks with it and manages to tag it one more time. That is good surfing from the local boy.
Servers in the next heat, just hold your positions, please. 50 seconds remaining.
I absolutely love that turn. Lou, what do you think?
Green, I'm waiting on scores. 25 seconds remaining. Still waiting on scores. Counting it down in 3, 2, 1. So no ride for green. Servers in the next seat, please. Stand by. We are on a short hold. Please stand by.
All right, we're just waiting for the judges to deliberate. They're looking at some replays. Again, the judges don't ever want to be rushed. They want to take their time, look, compare, deliberate, and drop the appropriate scores. And in the meantime, the audience can take a look at beautiful Barbados. Beautiful sunny day.
All right, score for White coming in requires a 5.20, drops a 4.97, not enough. So the situation remains the same. Red first, green second, white third, blue fourth. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. CIBC, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat, we have surfer in red, Tommy Layson. In blue, Griffin, Gabriel Griffin. In white, Jacques Ackerman. And in green, Taylor Tice. So a little bit of a heartbreaker there for the surfer in white, Rafe Gooden. He just needed a little more on the inside to finish that wave a little stronger.
Yeah, that was super committed surfing from Rafe. Maybe just that it was a slightly smaller wave that went against him for maximizing that score.
Here we go, white. He's going to pull the trigger. That's going to leave the surfer in red, Tommy Layson. Now, nice quality turn there on the outside with priority as we continue with white. So waiting for all three surfers, blue, white, and green. So first of green, 3.0, first of blue, 1.1. Just waiting on this score for white, and we'll round out the situation. There's a replay of white. Now that was a nice little quality foam climb there. I think that's going to be the best of the heat so far. But we're yet to see the young surfer from Barbados open his account.
Yeah, that was nice fluid surfing from white. Nice flow going through the maneuvers. Nothing too radical, but nice committed surfing, getting right up in the lip, keeping his board flowing.
All right, first of white, 4.5. So white goes to first. Green, you're second with a 3.0. And blue, you are third with a 1.1. So priority sits on the outside with a surfer from Barbados, Tommy Layson. Blue, looking at this one. He's going to wait for it to line up. And red on the outside. He goes up and out. So he will momentarily lose priority, but gain it back as he's the only one on the outside.
And watching from home this morning, I saw Tommy drop one of the few excellent scores of the morning. Such fast, committed surfing. This kid is always dangerous when it comes to competing. Coached by his dad, local legend Zed Layson.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity now. We have a little break in the action. Send it down to the glass with Rex Hennings, winner of the last heat.
Here we are with Rex Hennings. Rex, tell us about your last heat.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun heat. It's the first heat I've had in a while, so I'm stoked to make it through. Kind of had a sketchy heat, but I'm stoked to make it.
And what are you doing while you're here in Barbados? Are you staying at a certain place on the island, or?
I'm not really sure where it is, but I'm just staying up the road and kind of just surfing this wave and eating.
And in terms of other waves compared to Soup Bowl, how do you like this wave? How's it surf?
This wave's sick. It's fun because like there's a lot of different ways. I mean, places to sit in the lineup, you know. So it's a tricky wave to figure it out, but it's fun like getting to know it.
And under pressure, Rex, how do you like keep composed when you are in a heat?
I mean, I just get stoked that I like get to have pressure, you know, and it's like it's fun. So I just try to make it more fun than like rather than being nervous.
Is anyone at home you maybe want to shout out? Some friends or family?
Oh yeah, shout out Jake Griffin. Hopefully he's watching, and then yeah.
Well, good luck in the next round, all right, Rex?
Yeah, thank
you. Already.
All right, back to live action. Not much happening while we were on that short break. Surfer in green currently in the lead, followed by white in second. White is holding priority. Surfer in blue is in third position, requiring a 2.51. And red is in fourth position, requiring a 3.68. So this is the replay while we were gone. I believe that this was the 2.4. Yeah, not much major maneuvers on that wave.
Yeah, quite a slopey wave face. Green trying to put the board on rail, but it's quite hard to put the board on rail when the wave is so flat. You want a steep vertical wall where you can get the most committed surfing going.
.14 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. You can see there on your screen, priority order sits with white, blue, red, and green. Server in red, he is in third priority. Tommy Layson, little down carve, setting up this north peak. Another little down carve. The waves seem to be getting a little more northy than they were earlier. It's not too consistent, but it definitely seems to be doing a little something. We're about, what, about half an hour past the high tide. So we're a couple of hours past the high tide mark. With 13 minutes remaining. This is heat number 2. 5 more heats to go. That will round out day 1. Green, looking at this one. He's up and right in. And on the outside, anybody there? No, they're not. Last of red, 3.0. So red, you move up into third. You now require a 1.5. All right, coming up in the next heat. As soon as we get past this, red up and right in, but he gives way to blue with a higher priority. Blue bangs it up in the lip, and on the outside, white, as we stick with blue, working his way to the inside. White kicks out the back. So blue just needing a small score to move up into second. White also stood up, but he kicked out right away.
So we just saw an example of the use of priority. Red was eyeing up that wave in a really nice section. Blue decided he was going to take it and manages to make that first vertical turn. Second turn is more of a little cutback, trying to stay with the white water. A little bit of pumping, a little snap off the white water again, just trying to work his way to the inside. But that was excellent use of priority by blue to take that wave off of red, because red was deep in that.
There we go, green. He's up and right in. Way up inside. This wave's going to take the low road, but he's going to get a north section ahead of him. Bangs it up vertical. Can he get back around this other section? Yes, he does. Gets out onto the open face. Mistimes the first turn, but smashes the second one. Nice little wrapping cut back. And he's done with that. Yeah, I'm still waiting on scores, guys. I'm still waiting on scores. As soon as I get scores, I will update. I'm waiting on scores for everybody. So red is an 0 for, white was an 0 for. So we're waiting on green and blue. Last of blue, 5.1. One more for green to come in, but blue, you go to first. This is the replay of green. He gets around this first section, kind of mistimes that turn, but smashes this one.
Yeah, that's the money turn there, blowing out the tail, seeing the fins set free. Well surf wave by green, but all the points will come from that one turn on the inside.
All right, last of green, 4-2-7, so green goes to first. Blue, you drop to second. White, you are in third. You require a 2.6. Red, you are fourth. You require a 4.1. 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Max Asher, you are called to check in. Max Asher, please check in. Coming up in the next heat, we have Carl Berger, Adam Bartlett, Matteo Wander, and Max Asher. Here we go, red up and right in. Tommy Layson. All right, unfortunate for red going down on that wave, dropping a 2.13. So red, you are still in third, requiring that 4.11. And white, you are in fourth, requiring a 2.6. 7 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, local boy Tommy Layson just a little bit out of sync in this heat so far. Falling on a couple of waves, having to give way on priority on another one.
Green, you are currently in first. You have a 4.27 and a 3.0. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
So just under 7 minutes and everything to play for in this heat. The next set comes through, the next flurry of waves.
There we go. Red's going to turn on this north section. Tommy Layson out onto the open face, little wrapping cutback. Got a little down carve with a little more power in the turn. He's going to eye up this inside section. Going to look to do some flare. Pushes the fins, controls the maneuver. Still working his way to the inside. Another finishing maneuver, and that's all she wrote. So smaller inside wave, but definitely got some work done. So white, I need to wait for this last wave. Six minutes remaining, surfers. Last of red, 5.17. So red to first. Green, you go to second. Blue is in third. And white, you are in fourth. You require a 2.7, white. But hold the phone because blue hangs on to that finishing maneuver. Oh, he only needs a small score. White up and riding. Out onto the open face, bangs the first turn. Is he going to stick with it or try and get back out before blue? He's going to get back out before blue. But blue's going to drop something here that's going to flip-flop everything again. So the judges are watching blue and white.
That was a nice exchange.
Definitely, yeah.
After a pretty quiet heat, everything just came to life. We had red, Tommy Layson, getting his best score, jumping out to first, and then we had an answer back from blue. And then white getting involved as well. So let's see where the judges go. If we get some replays, we can break down some of these waves. Try to put our own spin on it and see where we think the score is going to go. Here we got red starting off first. Tommy Layson, nice flow. Comes around, sets it up. Stays on rail, nice big turn. I'm just waiting for that to set up on the inside. This is Tommy under priority, showing how dangerous he can be. Big blow tail, showing lots of control, manages to come around and get one last finishing maneuver. So the judges like that.
All right, last of white, 297. Last of blue, 397. Blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. White, you are in third. White, you require a 3.6. and green. You are fourth. You require a 3.9. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So the whole heat just flip-flopped all over again, with blue going from third to first. This is the replay of blue.
Yeah, committed surfing on that first turn. Almost loses it, but manages to ride out, staying in the white water, pumping, just getting back in to throw it up one more time. And again, lots of turbulence, but stays low. It helps when you're one of these young kids and you're quite light on your feet. But the judges rewarding some committed surfing from blue. 3 minutes to go and everything to play for. Like we said, the next flurry of waves could see everything flip-flop again. So this should be hopefully an exciting finish to this heat.
There we go, blue. Nice down carve on the first turn. Floats the section. He's going to get back out in front of it. This road wave could potentially line up for him on the inside. He's going to wait for it to stand up, try and finish it off strong. Looking to back up that 397. Here we go. He's working towards that whitewater section. Finishes strong with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So we'll see how this strengthens his lead. But green hunting, he's in priority on the outside. Giving this one a look.
Yeah, we just saw some good surfing from blue, picking a little inside wave off, trying to defend his lead, realizing that he was going to be paddling back out with fourth priority, unlikely to get another wave. Saw a little nugget and went to town.
Blue's dropping in 4.83. So blue, you better your score. You're now.
Here's the replay. Nice turn as a start. Blowing out the tail. Nice whitewater climb. Throwing it vertical. Comes back around. Manages to stay with it. A few pumps and.
So white up and riding. Nice little wrapping cut back. He's got a section in front of him. Kind of fattens out. Yep. He's just going to work it to the inside, see what this inside offers him, but I don't think it's going to be much.
No.
Pushes out the fins. Completes the maneuver. Next heat, hold your positions, guys. Right there, that's good. Just stop right there. That's good. Thank you very much. So 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Blue, then red, first and second. Last of white, 3.4. 3.4, just short. You still require a 3.68. And he's on his way to the beach. So the only one that could possibly flip-flop into second will be the surfer in green, Taylor Tice. But here's going red, paddle for the wave. Green, looking at it. Green scratching to get in. Green's up and riding. Little down carve. Out onto the open face. He's going to work it all the way to the inside. It's not really going to offer too much more. No, and it's out and done and dusted. I don't think that he's going to manufacture that score from that.
No, I think green, just like white, surfed that wave as well as they possibly could have, but the wave just did not offer them any opportunity to score any real points. I think red's position is going to be pretty safe, but we'll see what the judges say. Those guys definitely put a lot of effort into their surfing just now, but the wave just did not cooperate.
So last of green, 297, not enough, and 3-2-1. So that ends the heat. This wave will not count. So servers in the next heat, stand by. We're on a short hold. Not waiting on any scores. Heat is official. Blue first, red second. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
From a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. Go search a million ways, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to
All right, back to live action. No takers on any waves while we were on that brief hold. I am going to leave it to Bodie. I will be back in 5 minutes. Take it away, Bodie.
All right, here with the call. Looks like Blue's stepping in. Just up and out, not seeing much on call there. So stepping in for Lou. Here we go, got White coming around that section, looking for the opportunity to get on an open face. Lots of bump and chop. One big turn, but doesn't ride out. I want to shout out to co-commentator Simon Cole, doing a good job this morning. Also paddling out there, getting his feet in the wax. We got my boy Andrew Rose on the glass. I'm interviewing all the competitors as they come in. All the hard-working judges, officials, priority judges, all the cameramen, everybody coming together to give you guys a world-class production, a world-class webcast with some world-class athletes on display. So just a couple of small scores. Blue 0.43 and White dropping a 1. Not scores of consequence at the moment. We got Red looking interested, and here we go. Red up and right in. It's Carl Berger. First big maneuver, throws it in there and mistimes the second one. So Carl will be scored on that one aggressive snap up in the lip. And I want to say hello to everybody tuned in from all over the world, whether you're tuned in via the app, the WSL app, whether you're going directly to the WSL website, whether you're tuning in via YouTube. Welcome to sunny, breezy Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. We are here in Heat 3 of the round of 48 of the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. Red, your last score, 3.67. That puts you in the lead. And we have priority sitting with green, then blue, and then white. All right, we're going to throw it down to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Gabrielle Griffin. Take it away, Andrew.
We're here at the post-heat interview brought to you by St. Luke Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Gabe Griffin, how was your last wave in that heat, man? You went from third to first.
It was an insider. It was pretty fun. I got lucky. A little chip in, had a nice first turn, and then went all the way to the inside.
And how do you get ready for a heat on a day? Like, what do you listen to some music or?
I kind of just talked to my buddy's dad, Zed, Tommy Layson. I'm staying with them right now, so he kind of coached me a little bit, get me through.
Ooh.
So.
And Soup Bowl, how do you like the wave so far compared to other waves you might have surfed around the world?
I like it. It's a pretty fun wave. It's a little tricky, definitely. Like if you're off timing on a few waves, then it really shows. But yeah, it's a really fun wave.
Is there anyone at home you maybe want to say thanks to? You know, a shout out, maybe family or friends?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my family, the Treasure Coast board riders, and Impact Surfboards.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, Gabe, all right? Good to have you.
All right, and we're back. Thanks for that, Andrew. Doing a great job down on the glass. Andrew, another young, talented local surfer. Super nice guy. Always surfing with a big smile on his face. I have had one or two messages from one or two guys saying they do miss the Maya, but it's all good. All right, so yeah, we got red rolling in. Oh, he's out. So we got red sitting in the lead with a 3.67. Red just dropped a very menial score. So total combined score for red, 3.94. Green, you are in second place with a 2.0. You require 1.95 to take the lead. White, you are in third place with a 1. You require 1.01 to advance. Blue, you are sitting on a 0.43. You have priority. You require 1.58 to advance. So all small scores at the moment. Your heat leader is sitting with a 3.67 and a 0.27. 12 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Priority sitting with blue, white, then green, and in last priority, red. Here we have blue losing his priority, taking a look at this one. He's dropping in from deep, comes around. Just does one kind of wrap back towards the white water and cuts out. Doesn't see any more scoring potential there. So blue will now go to fourth priority. All right, blue, you drop to 1.83. That moves you into second place. Priority now sits with white. We got red under priority, taking a look at a nice wave. Throws it vertical into the white water. Nice little snap. Back up into the lip, staying close to the power source. Getting some more work done, getting to the inside. Another nice snap. Not a lot of wall to work with, but he throwing the board around, trying to keep busy. So in a slow heat, red will be happy with that. Was quite flat surfing, but it was quite a flat wave. And he still threw everything he could into every one of those turns. So we're under 10 minutes now. Looking at that turn from red again. Throws it up, but never really gets that vertical wall. So he's surfing on quite a flat wall, just trying to manufacture a score as best as he can. And that's one of the challenges of competitive surfing. All right, so the judges drop in a 5.17 for red. Last of red, 5.17. That keeps you in the lead. Blue, you remain in second place. You require a 7.01 to take first. Green, you're in third place. Here we got blue up and right and throwing it up into the lip. Coming down, making another deep bottom turn. And a little 2-for-1 tag. Keeping busy under priority. So I'll update blue with his scores soon. Here we go. Green, Max Asher rolling in from deep, comes around the section. Couple of cutbacks, just waiting for that wave to stand up. Throws it up in the lip. Here he goes. Now he's going to look for that tag. And a well-surfed wave from Green, Max Asher. Welcome Lou back to drop some scores.
All right, Bodie, how has this heat been looking? I see some decent scores on the board, but I also see some very minimal scores.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet until now, but we just had a little flurry, so we could see some movement.
Yeah, it was now coming over the hill, and look behind me here and see a big cloud just on the other side of the hill, so hopefully, fingers crossed, that might help calm down this wind and do a little something. As it did yesterday evening, we had a little squall pass through, and the waves cleaned right up, so fingers crossed, this will happen again today.
Yeah, Soup Bowl, as we all know, kind of lives and dies with the wind. This time of year, we predominantly get those northeast trade winds, which are kind of onshore, create a lot of current, create a lot of bump and chop on the face.
Yeah, that's true. This is like the typical wind for this time of the year, but however, when we do get those northeast swells that push down from Bermuda and the Bahamas and the east coast of Florida, it doesn't matter what the wind is doing. Out here is clean and nice. The faces are always nice, no bumping. We just need this swell to just move to the north about 10 degrees, which hopefully it will do later on in the week. And then we should see some epic surfing.
Yes, when the swell's a bit bigger. Yeah, replayer Green getting some work done on the inside. Oh, that's a nice tag there. And one more.
That earned him a score of a 4.03, so that puts him a little closer to the surfer in second position. So just a quick rundown. First position is red with a 5.17 and a 3.6. Blue, you are in second with a 5.83 and a 1.8. Green, you are in third with a 4.0 and a 2.0. And white, you are in fourth with a single score of a 1.
White has been sat with priority for a while now. So White, you require a 6.66. You have priority. You're sitting with a one-wave score of a 1. You require a 6.66 to get into advancing position. You have priority. Red still in the lead. Here we go. White using that priority, pulling the trigger.
White up and right in, working it out onto the open face. Look at this north section ahead of him, coming off the bottom, banging it off the top, cutting it back, sticking with this one. White kicks out. Red, he was up behind him. This is your current heat leader, Carl Barger. So decent waves for both red and white. White sitting on a single score of a 1.0, so he most definitely will better that score.
Yeah, White will drop his first score of consequence on that wave. And he'll want to get back out there with under 5 minutes and try to look for a backup.
Just a quick reminder, folks, while you wait for these scores to drop, food and beverage under the hospitality tent, the big tent, located to the north of the Judges Tower. You can get all your alcoholic and non-alcoholic needs. So please support. You can get burgers, fish, chicken, rice, fish cutters, salad, Mount Gay rum, blue water. Also want to thank the Mount Gay rum, the Community Development Department, Heineken, Carib, Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort Surf. Also want to thank Eco Lifestyle and Lodge, St. Luke's Clothing, and our main sponsors, the BTMI, Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated, also the Tourism Development Corporation, and CIBC Commercial Bank, Caribbean Commercial Bank. Thank you very much for your support. Without you, we could not have this event. Here's Carl Barger on his replay. Just kind of getting hung up a little bit on that first turn. That dropped him just a 3.67. And Blue on the outside. This is live action. Currently in second position, Adam Bartlett throwing it up on the north section. Nice maneuver. Rides out cleanly. He is going to make it much more difficult for the surfer in green and white after this score drops. Last of white dropping in at a 3.6. And the last of green, a 4.03. So green and white, stand by. I will give you that score from the surfer in blue. He will definitely better at least one of his scores, possibly both. He is sitting on a 5.83 and a 1.83. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Green, I'm waiting on one score for blue, but I can, you right now, you need a 3.6, but that is definitely going to increase. White, the same thing goes for you. You require a 4.0, but it is going to increase. This is going to be the best of the heat for blue. 6.5 blue. Blue goes to first. Green, you require a 4.8, and white, you require a 5.2. 2 minutes remaining. So white up and riding. On cue, here we go. Little setup, wraparound, cut back. Eyeing up this north section, floats the section, comes out onto the open face, is going to cut it back, sticking with the power source. The wave not going to offer much more, and he's going to get back out. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. So a little bit of a flip-flop there, Bodie.
Yeah, lots of action there to finish this heat off. Blue dropping a hammer with probably the wave of the heat. It's going to, well, definitely the wave of the heat, dropping that 6.5.
Red, you are currently in second position. Green, your last wave comes in at a 3.77 for green. You now require a 4.8. White, you are in fourth. Your last coming in at a 3.23. You require a 5.2. 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Adam Bartlett, obviously replay of green, trying to answer back after blue dropped a hammer. He just comes around the section, nice wrapping turn, but then that wave pitters out. Not enough. Oh, here we go. No, steps up again. And green getting some work done, some nice wrapping carves, throwing some spray.
Here we go, blue on the inside, little north peak. Could be a nugget. He's got some line with him. Throws it up vertical. Oh, and he goes down. He is the current heat leader with 26 seconds remaining. He's sitting on a 6.5 and a 5.8.
Yeah, looking like blue's pretty safe in this heat right now. He's feeling it now, trying to open up the hips and throw it a little more vertical, express himself a little bit more, knowing that he's got 2 solid scores.
All right, here we go, counting this one in. 5 seconds remaining. And 3, 2, 1. So no ride for red up late. So surfers in the next heat. Please stand by. We are in a short hold. Surfers, sorry, crew in the booth. You can cut to a commercial break. And we will be right back to get the next heat started. We're back to live action. Coming up in this heat, in red, Laird Lavick. In blue, Becca McCart. In white, Milo Fayur. And in green, Barbados' very own Jaden Hill. While we were on that short break, no waves were ridden, but the heat is live and we are on. 19 minutes, 30 seconds remaining as we pan out onto the lineup.
Yeah, young Jaden Hill, one of the hardest working training surfers on the island. That kid doesn't miss a session, doesn't miss a day out there. And his surfing is really improved. Here we got Red.
Here we go, Red up and right in. Laird Lavick. Little wrapping cut back, eyeing up this inside section. Just kind of missed a little bit of an opportunity on that section. Goes around it, and on the outside green, Jaden Hill from Barbados. Here he goes. Nice wrapping cut back. That's all. That's Jaden Hill.
There we go.
He surfed extremely well this morning. Very smart, very consistent. Got the job done, got the 2 scores, and he was done and out with that.
Yeah, I feel like Jaden is becoming more and more of a serious competitor. You see kids ripping, or you see people out ripping in free surfs all the time. When that horn goes, sometimes it's a different ball game. And Jaden is definitely settling into competitive mode, putting together some good scores, completing his waves, surfing with a lot of confidence. A little replay of Red coming around. Nice little wrap. Comes up. Oh, kind of does a little bit of a check. Doesn't fully commit to that second turn in the lip because the wave doesn't quite stand up. But then the wave stands up from again on the inside and gives him the opportunity for a couple more turns. But
yeah, he missed that section.
Yeah.
The little north section stood up for him. He earned a 4.0 on that last exchange, but if he would have hit that north section instead of going around it, I'm sure that score would have gone up into the 5s, low 5.
Definitely a point or 2 more available there.
Here we go, blue. Becca McCart. Nice little wrapping cut back. So last of green, 3.0 for green as blue pushes out the fins, drifts the tail. Just keeping that board moving all the way to the inside, and he goes out the back. So that more than likely, most definitely will be the best of the heat so far.
Yeah.
17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, young Beckham went to town there. He's one of the kids that turned up early. He came in about a week ago. Saw him out here all last week training, getting involved. Super cool kid. And he just got the wave of the heat.
So watching White while we follow through on that replay, but White had a little bit of a check turn on the outside, waiting for that last of blue to drop in. So last of White, just a 0.5.
Yeah, Blue managed to identify that that section was going to stand up for him. Here he goes. Nice turn. And here's where he starts to get the work done. Waiting for that section to stand up vertical. Boom. Drifting the tail. Lots of control. Knee on the board. Comes back around. Couple more little turns. Just milking it for everything it's got. But that one turn is where the points will be.
Yep, that dropping in a 6.0 for blue, 6.0 blue.
There you go.
So blue goes to first, red second, green, you're third. Green, you're holding priority. You require just a 1.01. 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. We are in heat number 4 of this round of 48. Live like Zander Junior, Pro Junior. We're going to cut to the glass with Adam Bartlett, winner of the last heat. Brought to you by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Adam. Adam, you have 3 minutes left in the last heat, and you found that gem. Let's talk about it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my last heat, I was like struggling to find the right wave. And just, yeah, kind of had a shocker in my QS, but then I was like, had to reset. It's hard sometimes to reset. It flusters you after a loss, but I was like, gosh, I'm only going for a wave if that was wall, because all my other waves I was going on in my other heat were just burgers, and I was like, luckily found a couple of walls that I could hit, so I was stoked.
And in terms of positioning, out there's kind of tricky today. How do you like stay and line up properly? You know, and is there some marker maybe on the beach that you line up with?
Gosh, that's a good question. I was trying to line up. There's like this one house that you can kind of line up with and like see where you are, but I don't know. It feels like victory at sea out there, but luckily, if you can kind of find a little lineup, that's the way. But I stoked, found a couple in my last heat.
Let's talk about food in Barbados. You like the food here?
Gosh, yeah, the food's insane. We've been going to this place, The Garage, cheap and good food. Yeah, I'm staying with Brother and Rex, Cole McCaffrey, and Taj Lindblad, and we've just been eating at this spot called The Garage, and then we've ate at Eco Lodge. Yeah, good food, good weather, so nice.
Love that you're enjoying Barbados. Is there anyone you maybe want to shout out? Some family or friends at home?
Yeah, for sure. I know my mom's watching at home, my aunties, my cousins. So shout out to them. Thank you to all my sponsors for supporting me, because this couldn't be possible without them and my parents. So yeah, super stoked. Want to shout out them for sure back in California, Santa Cruz.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, man, all right? And keep enjoying Barbados. You.
All right, we're back with live action.
All right, back to live action. Still waiting on scores to drop for green. And then also blue and white.
Yeah, while we were on the break, we saw a little bit of a priority mistake from red, paddling for a wave and having to give way, losing priority out to white and blue, who immediately took the next waves in the set and made him pay. So rubbing a little salt in the wounds of red. How is he going to answer back?
So we're still waiting on these scores to drop for blue and red, and also white.
Waiting on scores, red. Red, you do have priority again.
Scores starting to trickle in now. Last of white, 5.9. Last of green, 2.9. Last of blue, 3.1. Situation in the water. Blue first, white is second. Green, you are third. You require a 3.4. And red, you are fourth. You require a 2.4. Two minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
So white really making red pay for that priority error, taking the very next wave and dropping the high score of the heat.
If we could cue up that replay for white. Here we go. This is white. That was the first turn, big slash and down carve.
Here we go. Yeah.
And working it all the way to the inside, surfing strong. At this point now, he just wants to get two more maneuvers in, which he does. And if we're going to now cue up the replay for blue, because he absolutely went to town on that while we were watching that replay, that 5.93 of white. So if we can get the last of blue. Here we go, blue.
Oh, straight into that first section, lots of commitment, blowing the tail out, keeping his flow, which the judges absolutely love. And here he goes, finds that last section, another committed maneuver to finish. And still more, finds one more tag on the inside, but the judges would have loved that first flowing maneuver.
All right, last of blue, 5.83. So blue first, white second. Green, you're still third, requiring a 3.4. And red, you are fourth, requiring a 2.4. That last wave of blue, Brody, he didn't really have much downtime on the outside. It was only when the wave got a little fat on that inside did he have to like hop and, you know, bounce the board around just to try and keep the speed up. But that was just icing on the cake for the judges, just that he could show them that he was in full control of that wave and he was going where he wanted to go. Not the wave was taking him. He was going where he wanted. Paid off for him in the end, 5.83. That strengthens his lead for first. 10 minutes remaining, surfers, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's sometimes the value why these kids turn up a little early before the event, get time to practice, train, get to know the area, familiarize themselves. A lot of these kids have been coming here for quite a few years now, but they surf so many different breaks, different conditions, and Bathsheba also has many faces to it. So coming out here and familiarizing yourself and learning where you can pick up those little nuggets under priority. It's not always the set wave that's the most quality wave out here, especially when conditions are like this. You got the wind all over the place, you've got current. So those little nuggets sometimes give you the high scoring potential. That's where the local knowledge should come to play. And let's see if young Jaden Hill can use that local knowledge and find a score. Under 10 minutes to go.
All right, so priority sits on the outside with a surfer in 4th position, and second priority with a surfer in 3rd position. So they are in control of their own destiny. They have first and second choice of any wave out there. Who's going to pull the trigger on this one? Is it going to be Red? Yes, it is. Laird Lavick throwing it up in the lip. I don't really want to say he got hung up. Oh, but somebody grabbed his leash and pulled him off. I wonder who that could have been. Here we go. Green, he's going to pull the trigger. Jaden Hill. Going to try and get around this first section. Oh, and he kicks out as well.
Oh.
All right, well, there's still 8 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, so that was just the swap of priority. But it's going to give surfer in white an opportunity to increase that 0.50.
Ooh, there's the set coming through, a little north in it.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger sets of the day so far. Look at this.
Running down towards pipeline.
Yeah.
That's not somewhere you want to be when the tide's running, getting low.
So coming up next, we're going to see Kepa Mendia, Jake Dodson, Warren Polvey, and Lucas McMahon. All right, last of red, 3.7. You go to second. White, you are currently third. You need a 1.8. And green, you are fourth. You need a 4.7.
So both red and green using their priority a little while ago. Red getting the better of that exchange and managing to jump up into an advancing position. Green not getting a score of consequence, so he's going to need to find one of those nuggets, use that local knowledge, because he is in third priority. But young Beckham McCart stamping his authority on the heat at the moment.
Six minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This is the 3.77 from red. Nice quality first turn, but just somehow, I don't know what happened there. It looks like he almost twisted his ankle a little bit. Anyway, he seems to be okay.
It looked like that wave went flat and yet had a speed bump in it at the same time. It's completely cutting his speed, but that first maneuver is what he's been rewarded for. That first maneuver was dynamic.
Red on the inside, little north peak. Oh, a nice little down carve there. Another one. A nice little rail work. Let's see where that goes.
He'd be trying to better a 3.7.
Yeah, sitting on two small scores. White, you are third. You need a 0.5, sorry, you need a 2.5, White. Last of red was a 4.4. That ups your requirement, White. You require a 2.5. Green, you are fourth, requiring a 5.4.
So Red's managed to recover from that little priority error earlier on, get himself into an advancing position at the moment. 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes, surfers, 5 minutes. There we go, green up and right in Jaden Hill. Here we go, White. Up and right in. Oh, tried his best to hang on to that, but goes down.
Very committed turn.
Still had a decent first turn on the outside. Only needs a very small score. I'm sure he's going to get that.
Yeah, the first turn there was pretty nice. Nice flow. Threw it all into that second turn and just didn't manage to ride out. Love the commitment, though.
All right, last of White coming in at a 2.20. Does not get it.
Yeah, here we
He
go.
still requires a 2.5.
Yeah, if he didn't bog that second turn, he would have had that score.
So White, you're still in third position. You require a 2.5. Here we go, Blue. He is the current heat leader. Becca McCart seems to be on a different level in this heat than the rest of the surfers. Very committed turns, speed, power, and flow. That's what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, I think White could have been on to one of the biggest scores in this heat if he'd completed that second maneuver. Fortunately, that lip line floater not enough to get the score. Leaving Green outside of priority now. And with 2 minutes to go, let's see if the local boy can get in tune with the ocean and find that waves that gives him the opportunity. Looking for a 5.47 to advance.
2 minutes. Last of Blue, 3.0. So Red gonna hold off White. Smart surfing, but he can't capitalize. He's sitting on a couple of fours with 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining. Priority change, White then Blue. So White, he's gonna give back priority to Blue. Yeah, Green. 25 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. Here we go. Blue up and riding in 3, 2, 1. And that ends the heat.
Look at the wave that Green gets now.
So waiting on a score for White. 217, not enough. So the only scores left to drop are for Blue and Red. So unofficial, Blue first, Red second, White third, Green fourth. So White and Green will be taking an exit from the event, and Blue and Red will be advancing. Servers in the next seat, please stand by. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, pay some bills. We'll be right back after these messages. 1. All right, back to live action coming up in this heat. In red, Kepa Mendia. In blue, Jake Dodson. In white, Warren Povey. And in green, Lucas McMahon. While we were on that short commercial break, no waves were ridden. The heat has started. We are starting at a fresh slate. Here we go on the outside, white. This is Warren Povey coming around the first section. Nice little wrapping cutback. Waiting for this to stand up for him. Stands up, throws it up vertical into the lip. Out onto the open face, little two-stage cutback. Gets over that first rib, eyeing up this last section. Nice little slashing turn, but that was a nice little turn on the outside for Warren.
Yeah, nice start for young Warren Povey, local boy. Cue up that replay, but he'll be happy. That will give him some confidence as he paddles back out. Strong start to the heat. Here we go. Dropping in from pretty deep, coming around that section. Just a little bit of a carve, staying close to the power source, but there he waits for it to stand up. Another little carve. Here it goes. Throws it vertical, busting through the white water. Staying nice and in control. Couple more turns. Looks for that little inside section just to tag and put his stamp on it.
Here we go, inside, blue. First of white, 383. Blue goes up and down.
And so most of the points on that last wave for Warren. Oh, we got green.
So green, just a quick up and out.
Just up and out.
That's going to hand priority to surfer in red, Kepa Mendia.
Yeah, Warren would have had most of the points in that wave for that nice vertical punch through the lip that he did, but it was a little slightly mistimed.
All right, first of blue, 3.3. First of green, 0.5. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Teo Granny, Chase Neiman, Daniel Banfield, and Baylor White. You guys are called to check in as we watch green up and riding. Cutting it back into the white water, standing up, waiting for this to reform. Nice little vertical tag on the outside and red up on the outside. Kepa Mendia, nice fin drift. Different looking wave than what we've seen for the rest of the surfers earlier on in this heat. A nice well-surfed wave. So we'll see where the judges go with that. He yet to open his account. That was his first wave. And on the outside, white, he's going to scratch for this one. Warren Povey up and right in. Little wrapping cutback. He's got a north section to work with. Here he goes off the bottom, throws it up in the lip, kind of gets hung up a little bit. Wrapping cutback, working it out onto the open face, eyeing up this closeout section. Bangs it up vertical. Finishing strong. So let's see what happens. We're waiting on scores now for green, red, and white. Leaving the surfer in blue, Jake Dodson, on the outside by himself.
A nice little exchange there. Warren just mistiming that critical section a little bit. Not getting the quite redirection he was looking for. Let's see where the judges go.
Watch in blue. He gave that a look and decided no.
And lots of scores to drop. We could see some movements in the table.
All right, first of red, 6.5. We watch the replay of red right here. At
There
first
we go.
turn, yep.
The first turn on the outside. Nice, committed, biggest section of the wave. After that, there's a bit of downtime, but then he also manages to make it to the inside and finish strong as well. So here he starts again and waits for that finish. Looking at that eye in that section coming towards him. Nice committed finish. But the points were definitely coming from that first outside turn. Drifting the fins, sliding across the top of the wave.
All right, last of green, 3.1. Last of white, 3.6. So white goes to first. Red, you drop to second. Green, you are in third. You require a 3.4. And blue, you are in fourth, requiring a 3.1. So priority is with the surfer in blue, followed by green. So we're going to cut to the glass with Becca McCart, winner of the last heat.
I'm here with Beckham. I'm here with Beckham, winner of the last heat. How are the conditions out there?
Pretty fun. Some nice bully rights coming in, and I'm stoked to get some bowls. Yeah.
And in terms of other ways you might have surfed around the world, how does Soup Bowl compare?
I would say it's definitely up there because of the bowl. It's called the bowl. So yeah, Soup Bowl. It's good. Yeah.
And with the locals and stuff, how are you getting on with them? Are they nice to you?
Oh, dude, they're all super cool and chill, and I love them all.
And in terms of positioning out there today, do you have like a certain spot you're like positioning yourself with, or?
Yeah, just like, I don't know, like at the main area, you know, like, you know, you guys know, yeah.
Cool. Is anyone at home you maybe want to shout out and say hi to?
Yeah, my friends at home, like, saw my buddies just supporting me. They said they were watching, and my parents and my sponsors, I know, just Relentless and just Pineapples, just all of them, Billabong, all of them, yeah. Lost Surfboards too, yeah.
Well, good luck in the next round, all right? Well served heat, and I hope to see you again, all right, bro? All right, thank you. Watch you guys at the booth.
3.6. 12 minutes remaining. You're in first position. Your first wave was a 3.8.
Here we've seen a replay of Green's last wave.
Situation in the water. White first. Red is second. Green, you are third. Green needs a 3.4. And blue is fourth, needing a 3.1. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Priority, blue, green, red, white.
Here we see another replay of red. Just on the one wave. Surfers in the lineup struggling to hear us a little bit. It's windy conditions out there, so there's a lot of noise pollution out there. But we try to keep them updated and informed so they know what they need, what scores they're looking for.
This is the replay of white. This was the turn there that earned him a 3.6.
Yeah.
I think he needed to get a little more vertical and bring that nose back around a little further.
Just caught the rail a little bit, but so far managing to hold on. For those of you watching at home, we do have an electronic priority board that the competitors can look towards the judges' tent, and it gives them the order of priority. We do like to call out to them every now and then, keep them updated. But there is an actual electronic priority board, as you can see there. So priority sitting with blue.
Blue up and right in. He's looking for a score, and green up and right in. On a quality looking wave, 2 people let it go. Green said, I'll take it. Here we go. He's going to manufacture a score out of that for sure. 2 quality maneuvers on that wave. Here we go, looking at this replay for green. Nice turn. Next, another nice turn. Last of green, 3.9. Green goes to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you require a 0.5. And blue, you require a 3.7. So almost on cue, red stands up. Second maneuver. And he goes up and out the back. So he just needs a very small score, which he will get. Will he get enough to go into first? More than likely.
Yeah, red is sitting on the high score of the heat on a 6.5. So any kind of score now, that was a nice hit. Didn't really surf the wave all the way to the inside, but did get that one good smack on the outside and just requiring a small score, which he gets.
397 for red. Red, you go to first. White, you drop to second. Blue, green, you're in third, requiring a 3.5. And blue, you are in fourth, requiring a 4.1.
So priority sits now with the local boy Warren Povey in second place. He's going to need to use this priority smart, whether to play defense or whether to go out and find that score to strengthen his position.
Seven minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Servers moving on the outside, putting themselves in position. Is anybody going to get there? No, they're going to have to go under it. One more. Just too much water on the reef. Is this one going to pop up for him? Red is going to turn and burn. Here we go. Red up and right in. Nice little down carve. Eyeing up this north section. Throws it up. Drifts the fins. Wave doubles up and he goes down. He is the current heat leader. Looking to better that 3.97. Currently sitting on a 6.5 with a 3.9. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Decent first turn for that opener of red. Green paddling for this one. Green up and right in. Last of red, 3.3. Does not go in your score line. 6 minutes remaining. So priority still sits on the outside with the surfer in white. And blue pulling this insider. Little north peak. Throws up the first turn. Not offering too much. And he goes out and down. So last of green is going to come into twos. Not going to be enough. Just waiting for one more score to drop. And also green. So last of green, 2.3. Not enough. Last of blue, 2.7. Goes in your score line, but not enough. You still require that 4.1. Green, you're still requiring a 3.5. 5 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
So here we're seeing the strategy come out into play. Warren sitting in second place with priority. He's being patient. He's waiting for that opportunity. He's waiting for that wave that he thinks is going to allow him to score big, potentially take over the first place. And then we got the guys in green and blue. They're just trying to keep busy, pick off whatever they can under priority and try to manufacture a score. Not looking for big scores at this point, but if Warren can play his hand right and get a good priority wave, that could really up the requirement for the other guys.
4 minutes, 25 seconds. White, 4:25. Surfer in green requires a 3.5. Surfer in blue requires a 4.1.
And in white, you need a 6.64 if you're going to take the lead.
Here we go, white. Here we go. Coming off the bottom, eyeing up this section, throws it up big in the lip, hangs on. Can he get around that section? Looks like he's going to. He's looking for another big turn on the north section. He's still got more wave ahead of him. Catches a rail and goes down. So we just got to look and see where that's going to end up. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, unfortunate not to complete that wave, but the work was done with a big hit on the outside. Pretty slow heat, so let's see how the judges have to say.
All right, scores trickling in. 5.17 for white. So green, you require a 5.08. Blue, you require a 5.67. So red up and right, and he is the heat leader. Out onto the open face, throws it up, throws the tail, can't hang on, and he goes down.
All right, so Warren managing the surfer in white. Local boy Warren Povey managing to push the requirement for the other surfers up a little bit, and then getting a little assistance from the surfer in red. Kepa using his priority to keep the other guys off those waves. It was a well-surfed wave by Warren, fully committed. Second turn, unfortunately, doesn't quite get the finish on the wrap to make it to the inside. But just over 2 minutes to go. Priority sitting with the surfer in green, followed by surfer in blue. Here we have that replay of surfer in red, Kepa Mendia going for broke, but just losing control. Blowing the fins out, not controlling the slide. But he is in control of the heat with a 6.5 and a 3.9.
All right, 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat. He can go up another 10 feet and then stop, please. I'll tell you when to stop, guys. So far, you've all been very gracious. Not causing me any more grief. I'll let you get as close as you can. Here we go, blue. He's going to look at this one. You go in on a smaller inside wave. First little check turn. Second little check turn. Cuts it back with 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Petting the cat.
Yeah,
taking out the back. So
good
one minute remaining.
Good surfing by blue, but I don't think that wave is going to produce the score he requires to get into advancing position. Him looking for a 5.6 is a pretty significant score.
Last of blue, 3.83. Not enough. You still require that 5.08. 35 seconds remaining. So that does put blue into third position. You still require a 5.1. Green, you require a 5.0. 20 seconds remaining.
So all eyes now will be on the surfer in green, holding priority. He's the one that could flip this heat at the moment. 10 seconds to go. Is he going to get the opportunity?
We're going to count this one in. In 3, 2, 1. And that ends the heat. So the situation remains the same. Red first, white second, blue third, and green fourth. So white and red will be advancing into the next round. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to have a short commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. All right, back to live action. Coming up in this heat, we're going to see Teo Granny, Chase Neiman, Dan Banfield, and Baylor White. And up and riding, this is Dan Banfield in the white jersey from Barbados, one of our up-and-coming young Groms. I think he's only 13 years old.
Yeah, Dan the Man Banfield opening his account, getting a couple snaps, get his feet in the wax. Challenging conditions. But awesome little kid. He charges. He charges.
All right, first of white, 3.33. We watched the replay. Foam climbs on that second maneuver.
Just nice, smooth surfing. Dan is a kid that builds momentums, but he can drop some big scores. Back to live action with...
Live action here, Blair White in green. Oh, nice turn.
Yeah, finding that oncoming section. And looking for more. He's working it. And that's it, he's out of there. So opening exchange, we got Dan Banfield dropping a 3.33. And Baylor White waiting for a score for him. So this is heat 6 of the round of 48 in the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. Coming to you live from sunny, breezy Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. Here we go, green. First nice wrapping turn. And then attacks that oncoming whitewater section. Couple of little small wraps, staying close to that power source. Trying to maximize what he can get out of that wave. And here we have Chase Neiman up and right in. First attacks that lip, wraps it around. Extending that bat leg, trying to push as much spray off the board, but pushes a little too hard and he comes unstuck.
So last of green, 517. 517 for green. All right, waiting for the score for blue to drop. Last of blue, 4.6. So green first, blue second, white you are third. Red, as we look at this replay of blue.
Yeah, lots of commitment to that first turn. Second turn again, just trying to push hard on that back foot. Every time he's just trying to push hard as he can on that back foot. Get the rail in the water. Blow as much spray off the back of the board as he can. Indicate to the judges that he is committed to those turns.
All right, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Kappa Mendia, for the St. Luke Clothing Eco Lifestyle Lodge post-heat interview.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Kappa. You got a good wave under your belt, but it was kind of hard to find a second one. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I started off the heat how I kind of wanted to, and then after that I kind of had a hard time finding a backup wave. I don't know, waves are really tricky. I also switched to a board right before my heat. I ended up looking down at my fin box, and my fin box was broken, so I was like super stressed out about that, but it ended up going my way and stoked to make it through that one.
Awesome. And in terms of the waves, is it slow or how are the conditions?
I wouldn't say it's slow. There's just a lot of bad waves to the good waves. Like there's very few good waves, but if you wait, you'll find them, or you don't.
And compared to home, how do you like this wave?
Oh, it's sick. It's kind of honestly like home because every time I come here, it's always like crazy wind chop. And at home, I swear, us Florida people love wind chop more than anything. And that's what we love, so yeah.
And in terms of like family and friends, you want to say hi to anyone back in Florida?
Yeah, just hello to my whole family, my girlfriend, everyone watching and supporting me. Thank you, guys.
Well, good luck in the next one, Kappa, and keep on ripping, all right, man?
Thank you.
I'll see you guys at the booth.
Red, 293 red, 2.93. So you're currently in fourth position, refinement 2.0. As we watch Taylor White up and running, Daniel Vertigo up in the lip. 4 times already for the day too. This is the 4th time he's surfing. Working it to the inside. And on the outside, Chase Neiman destroyed that first lip. Nice wrapping cut back, kicks out the back. Let's cue up that replay of Blue. Break that one down for us.
Here we go. Blue coming in, dropping in deep, making his way long bottom turn straight into a very committed turn, blowing through the white water, blasting out the tail, staying nice and compressed, keeping that power and flow. But then unfortunately the wave tapers out after that. Not much more going on, so he just cuts out. But that's a good start.
This is live action now. Surfer in white down Bonfield. He's going to get a little inside section. Eyeing up that north peak. Here we go. Down Bonfield. Banks it up into the lip. Out onto the open face. Throwing it up once again. He's another one of our up-and-coming young Groms for a 3rd time vertical. Let him hear it, folks. He's right here from Barbados. Down Bonfield.
Dan the man.
He's a multiple champion, national champion. He's also the under-12 reigning champion of the Live Like Zander little under-12 division that we do here every year. This year we've increased it to under 14 due to the lack that we don't have very many under 12s anymore.
Yeah, the under 12s grew up. Here's Dan coming down the line. Already made one turn, but here's that committed turn straight up into the lip. Flies around, makes his way back onto the face for another tag. And then one more on the inside. And then one more just for good measure. Great committed surfing from Dan. Super awesome kid. Always smiling, so respectful. Loves his surfing.
Last of Blue, 617. Blue goes to first. Still waiting on a score for White. Then I will break it down for you. So last of Blue, 617. Red, tail up and riding, throwing up the first turn, out onto the open face. Throwing it back up vertical. Takes the high road, the wave takes the low road. hopping to try and get back in.
Yeah.
Blue, your last wave was a 6-1-7. You are currently in first. Waiting on a score for white. Last of white, 4.27. So white, you are currently in third. You require a 5.0. Red, you are currently in fourth. You have a wave to come.
Yeah, as you were saying, Lou, Dan Banfield, the current reigning under 12 champion, now increased to under 14. But anyone who was here last year witnessed that under 12 final, saw some charging, some committed surfing from those kids, and Dan was outstanding in that heat.
Green, your last wave was a 4.1. You are currently in second. Red, your last wave coming in at a 4.7. You are currently in third. So blue first, green second, red, you're third. You require a 4.5, and fourth is white. You require a 5.0. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So blue, he is the current heat leader up and riding, and he goes up and out the back. He was holding priority, and green on a lovely looking wave. Let's see what he can do. Throwing it up vertical, completes the maneuver. Out onto the open face, smashes the north section, hangs onto it. He's going to try and get around. He does, throws it up a third time. Wow. Baylor White. Wow, what a quality maneuver. Here we go. This is the replay of green. This first turn is just mental. And he just gains speed coming out of it and smashes the north section with all that water converging around him, and is able to compose himself and throw it back up in the lip for a third time. 8.17 green, 8.17. Didn't rush anything, smashed the first turn, waited on the second one, was able to somehow get around that third section and throw it back up vertical again. So commanding lead by Baylor White.
Yeah, 3 big committed turns on a good size wave equals great score.
So red, you are currently in third position, requiring a 6.05. White, you are currently in fourth position, requiring a 6.50. 7:35 remaining. So that was quality surfing.
Yep. That's what we call excellent surfing. 3 flowing, committed maneuvers on one of the larger waves in the vertical, critical sections of the wave.
If we can just cue up that green, last wave of green again. We're going to really break this one down.
The speed and the flow out of the first maneuver is what sets him up for everything else.
Here we go. Watch how he just eyes up this first section. Totally committed. Floats down and looks at the second section and doesn't rush it. Bangs it and somehow holds on to that and then gets around it. Bangs it straight up in the pocket once again.
That little east section converging with the north, and he just managed to find himself in the perfect pocket that the east section just pushed him past the north section and allows him to tag that one more time, that third, again, vertical and late critical. Excellent surfing.
There's so many surfers come here, and that north section just looks so inviting, but it hits a little flat spot and goes dead. So when you're bottom turning, you're looking at it like, I'm going to smash this lip. And when you get to it, it's gone.
Yeah.
Right? And it takes a lot to slow yourself down enough to know that you can only hit that section where the white water is actually coming over, which is where all the power is, which throws you off almost every time if you're not ahead of it. And somehow, I don't know how he did it, but he managed to hang on to that. And then get enough speed coming out of that white water to get around it and then throw it back up vertical. Not even a wiper turn. It was a solid turn in the pocket.
Yeah, it was a third committed vertical turn in a critical section. Very impressive surfing from that kid.
All right, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, 5:30.
And as you said, Lou, that north section always looks so inviting, but it is a tricky section to navigate. And if you don't have the entry speed to go in there, you don't realize the force of the water coming back against you. Almost 5 minutes to go. Will we get another flurry? Priority sitting with young Bajan surfer Dan Banfield. And we know he can drop some big scores anytime. He's looking for a 6.5. Last year, I'm pretty sure, if I recall, during that under 12 final, he dropped some 8s, maybe even a 9, if I recall correctly. One more look at that replay from Green. Great timing, didn't rush anything. He could have mistimed that section completely. And here we go, one last turn.
The third turn was just the exclamation mark on the whole wave.
It was vertical, literally looked like an exclamation mark.
So it was just, the timing was so perfect on the first and the last turn.
Totally agree. But what I loved is that he really waited on that second turn, didn't try to rush it, took his time, drew out the bottom turn, and timed it to get that oncoming north section. That was very mature surfing.
Coming up on 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Remaining surfer and red and white still requiring a score. Want to welcome everybody to the beach. You could get all your food and beverage needs under the main hospitality tent. Just want to remind everybody that what you do bring onto the beach, please bring off. Blue, you are still in second position. Red is still in third position, and white is still in fourth position. Yep, once again, folks, whatever you bring on the beach, please bring back. We don't want to leave anything on the beach but footprints.
Correct.
We leave the beach as pristine and beautiful as we found it.
A little bit of sarcasm, and that's okay. And as we welcome all the people turning up on the beach, coming out for the afternoon to watch the session, we also want to say again a big hello to everybody watching online from all over the world. A lot of people in the west coast of the States, supporting their friends. All the East Coasters, people tuning in from all over Europe, all over the Caribbean, Central America. Here we go, white. Dan the man, trying to manufacture a score. He'll be looking for another section there. Smaller wave. Let's see where this goes. Shout out all the crew in Trinidad and Tobago as well, all the Tobago posse locked on. Josh, Andre, Eamon, all you crew over there. Good vibes. Can't wait to come visit you guys again. So big up to the Tobago posse, always showing a lot of love and support for us here in Barbados. Those are our surf neighbors, our closest surf neighbors, so respect to that crew. Come link up, guys, and we're going to come and link up with you again soon.
All right, next heat. Yep, you're good right there. Just stay there, please. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Next heat, hold your positions. So situation remains the same. Green first, blue second. Red is third, holding second priority. And white is fourth. Guys, in the next heat, stop right there, please. Thank you. We actually have a pole sitting right here, up here, where we know exactly where you are when you get too close, and you're right on the limit. Red up and right, and Teo needing a 6.0. Oh, he's making short work of this wave. He can finish this. Strong and blue on the outside. He's going to try and answer back. Teo Granny, is he going to get a good finishing maneuver? Throws it up vertical. He does. It's all up to the judges now. We're going to watch this replay. And green, live action. Baylor White as we count this one in. 5 seconds. And in 3, 2, and 1. No ride for blue. So it's all up to the judges on this red wave. We're going to stick with this one. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're going to be on a short hold. We got to watch this replay, break this one down, and get this right.
Yeah.
So that ends heat number 6. Heat number 7, stand by as we watch the replay.
Here's red, drops in, short turn, goes straight up into the lip, throws the tail a little bit. Another committed turn up in the lip. Wave flattens out just a little bit, but he sticks with it. This is 4th turn, a wrap back into the white water. Another little cut back, tags it off the white water, and now he looks for more on the inside. This is going to be close. And a big snap. So that's going to be close. That's going to be interesting. We're going to give the judges a chance to take a look, deliberate. They're going to compare. They're going to look at this wave. They're going to compare it to other waves. They're already ridden this heat, and they're going to make sure that they give the most accurate score they can. The surfer is looking for a 6. Don't want to.
All right, here we go. Score is going to start dropping in. All right, you require a 6.05, red. You drop a 6.40. So red turns the heat, goes to second. Official results, green first, red second. Blue, you drop down to third. And white, you are fourth. So servers in the next heat, stand by. A little bit of action at the end of it. Yeah, 2 7s dropped for him. So count this one in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are live, heat number 7, round of 48. This is the Live Like Zander Pro Junior presented by Diamonds International. Coming up in this heat. As green up and riding, you can see the surfers on your screen. This is Sage Katz. Again, this is about his 4th time surfing for the day. He surfed in the round of 56, now the round of 48, and he advanced also through the QS 5000. So this is day 1 of 7. This is a big event, long event. We've been doing this event for 13 years. It all started out with just a junior pro. A couple years after that, we added a 1,000. A couple years after that, we added a 3,000. And now we're at 5,000 level. Who knows where we'll end up in a couple of years as we watch Cooper Jewell paddle for that wave, but no rive. Red on the outside. Nice looking wave. Comes around the section, goes up vertical, and he comes unstuck and goes down. First of green, 2.5. The wind just starting to just clock a little bit around to the right, which is a little bit southeast. All right, while we have a break in the action, we're going to cut to the glass for the post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat, Baylor White. Post-heat interview brought to you by...
I'm here with Baylor White. Baylor, that 817, let's talk about that. 3 critical hits. What are you thinking?
The thing was sick. I was stoked to finally get a wave that lined up and gave me 3 turns. It's really tricky out there, but stoked that I was able to find one.
And what board are you riding right now? What is this?
I'm on a 5.8 Pizel. It is a Power Tiger, and I love this thing. It's so sick. Really works so good in these conditions. Bigger, chunky surf.
In terms of the conditions, is it tricky or is it slow, or how is it working out there?
Yeah, it's super hard. The biggest key is like wave selection. But yeah, if you get the right ones, you'll really have a nice wall to work with. So I was stoked that I was able to find 2 waves and stoked on that 8.
Awesome. Is there anyone at home you want to shout out, some family or friends?
Yeah, shout out to my parents just for always supporting me, and my brother, my sister, just all my friends back at home watching, and all the boys. Thank you to Dark Seas, man. They're with me, and all my sponsors. So great. Thank you, guys.
It seems like you got a good crew here, man. Good luck in the next one, Baylor. Hope to see you again, all right? Back to you at the booth.
All right, last of white, 1.0. Last of white, sorry. Last of red, 1.0. Last of white, 2.33. Last of green, 2.5. So early going, green first, white second, red third, and blue yet to open your account. You sitting with priority on the outside with 16 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Coming up on the 15 minutes, 30-second mark. We have how many more heats to go? 1 more heat after this, and that will call it a day on the first day of 7. So call to check in. Eli Temperi, Micaiah Bray, Timothy Simmers, and Elijah Smith. Red up and right in. Out onto the open face, throwing up in the white water. He's going to get around this section. Kind of gets hung up a little bit, but he's still going to get a couple more opportunities, and he goes down. Blue, Cooper Jewell opening his account. Banging it off the white water, coming out onto the open face, throwing up on the north section. Hanging on, but just barely. He's going to have toe prints on that board now. All right, let's see where the judges go with this. Yeah. All right, here we go. Green up and right in. He is the current heat leader, Sage Katz. I think he dropped the single highest score of the event so far with an 8.33 in the QS 5000 earlier today. 2 turns. Two quality major maneuvers.
Yeah, I was tuned in at home. Here goes Sage, dropping in, deep bottom turn, vertical, straight into that first oncoming section. Recognize that this wave is going to taper off pretty quick. So he made sure he got that first hit in while it was at its steepest. After that, just a couple of little carves. And he cuts out, stays in the lineup. But that first hit was very committed.
Very committed. It was very much similar, very similar to that 833 he had, but he had two of those back to back, just like that. And the wave was quite a bit bigger, but very committed turns. As the tide starts to push out, we're expecting a slight increase in the swell tomorrow. A little more energy on that wave. Actually barreled and actually spit.
Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of the north pulses come through as well.
Yeah, there is supposed to be a small little underlying north swell tomorrow. But the big weather maker up in the States right now, hopefully that gets out into the ocean a day early.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, possibly could be on Sunday, possibly Monday.
It's that north section that puts the bowl in soup bowl.
It's that north section that puts the fear in soup bowl.
Yeah.
These little waves here right now are so playful, but when this thing turns on and those boils start popping up on the outside.
Yeah. It's when you're out there.
Red, your last wave was a 383. You go to second. Green, your last coming in at a 423. You're in first. Red, blue, your last wave was a 367. You are in third, requiring a 1.1. And white, you're in fourth, requiring a 2.5. Sorry, guys, those scores dropped in right underneath me, and I totally missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, 11.5 minutes to go. Yeah, it's those days when you're saddled at the bowl, sitting in the channel or near the channel, and you see those. Oh, we got blue paddling.
We got blue up and right in.
No, he rolled in and just out. Yeah, Lou, those days when you're sat near the channel and you see that horizon start to bubble and that north set comes through, closes off the entire channel. It's a mixture of excitement and fear.
That's
If you're in the right spot, it could be the wave of your life. If you're in the wrong spot, it could be the pounding of your life.
Here we go. Red way up inside. Working his way to the first section. Don't think he's going to have the legs to get around it. No, he doesn't. And he goes down. And you know, when swells are approaching, as they are right now, who's going to be in position? This looks like white is going to get there. No, he's not. He's a little bit too far inside. I've actually witnessed being out here on a day where it's shoulder to head high with an incoming tide, fun, playful waves, and in one set, 6 foot, and 2 sets after that, 8 to 10 foot. And I don't mean 8 to 10 ruler feet.
Surf feet.
We call our waves here like they do in Hawaii. So this would be, to me, 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah. When that swell comes out the north, it can appear very suddenly.
Yeah.
You usually get 1 or 2 little warning sets, and then it's on.
It's on.
And when it's on, it's on. It just comes. It's there. And the energy is absolutely incredible.
9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Last of red, 3.4. Last of blue, just a 0.5. And last of green, 4.23. White up and riding. He's going to roll into this one. Bangs it, vertical. Nice turn. He's going to get back out onto the open face. Oh, and a nice finishing maneuver. So that's going to go in his scoreline.
Yeah, White really made something out of nothing there. A bit of a roll in on a nothing looking wave, a little whitewater roll in, but it stood up. So well read wave from White. Here he goes. Little gentle roll in, carve back, stays with the whitewater and lets it stand up. Bam! Attacks that section on coming and manages to get back out onto the face and get a couple more carves in. Here we go. Down the line, boom, and a finish. Good surfing from young Liam Knight out of USA. I'm not sure if this kid is East Coast or West Coast. I think he made one of the newer guys come out. Not familiar.
Here we go. Red paddled. Doesn't lose anything. He's last priority at the moment. And green up and right in. Sage Cats. Going up vertical. Nice little down carve. Working his way out onto the open face. So last of White, 4.73. So White, you go to second. Green trying to answer back.
Watching that replay of Green. Green really went to town on this wave. Sage Cats.
All right, last of Green, 407. Green goes to first, Red second. White, you drop to third. White, you require a 2.5. Blue, you are in fourth. You require a 3.5. 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just watching that replay of Green take it all the way to the inside, manufacturing a score, getting himself into first place. Well surfed wave, didn't offer a whole lot, but he stuck with it. Had to do a bit of pumping. For those of you who don't know what that is, when you call it pumping, when you see us kind of hopping up and down on the board, that's a means of generating speed, creating lift. Generating speed by pushing spray off the tail.
And Blue up and right in. Looking to answer back. Nice wrapping cutback. Wave's not really going to cooperate with him. That's all she's going to offer him. Unfortunate.
And that's the swell when it comes out of the east. And it tends to be a lot more cutting back. It pushes from the south side of the island. Doesn't offer those same long lines that you get when it's a little more north in there. So as we come up to 5 minutes in the penultimate heat of the day, we are in round 48 of the Live Like Zander Pro, Junior Pro, and the boys. Pro Junior, sorry. The Live Like Zander Junior Pro. And we are in round of 48, heat number 7, the penultimate heat of the day. So we'll be doing one more heat after this, and then we'll be closing down for the day and starting up again first thing tomorrow morning. What's on the schedule tomorrow, Lou?
5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. So servers in your next seat, you're free to paddle out. Just stay down in the channel, please. Just want to invite everybody to stick around after the competition concludes today. Bar will be open. You'll be able to get food and drinks down there. We'll continue to play some music. Have a little beach line. It's always a fun time hanging out with the surfers and your parents, getting to know everybody. At one point, when I was doing all the East and the West Coast events, I probably knew 97 to probably 100% of everybody that was at the event. And the amount of kids that have now moved on and moved out, and the new kids coming in, don't really get to meet too many people.
The production line is awesome, Lou. I mean, we're talking about kids like Colapinto that's now on the world tour.
The amount of kids that have come through this event and won this event that are on the world tour right now is unbelievable. But this is such a proving ground for all of those bigger and better events in the Challenger Series and, you know, all over the world, really. Cole Haujman credits pretty much, you know, his ability to surf bigger, better, faster waves to being able to surf here. Cole has been coming here since he was 12 or 13 years old. From day one, we've started the event. Cole was coming, you know. So many kids. And here we go, Blue up and right, and he goes up and out.
Yeah, we talk about the Colapintos. We had Griffin and Crosby.
Right.
Both those guys here. A lot of the women as well. Yes, all the big names pass through.
Red, you are currently in second. White is in third, requiring a 2.5. 2 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Green, you're in first. You are in first position with a 4.2 and a 4.07. Red is in second. Yeah, I mean, so many kids have come through this break and this event.
We only have to drop one name of someone who was surfing here from the time they were a kid, and that's the GOAT.
Here we go, White up and right in.
Boom.
Bangs that second turn. Liam Knight just requiring a very small score. That was good surfing, and it was good strategy. But look at what popped up on the outside for the surfer in red. He's going to try and answer back. He's going to turn. No, he's not. He's going to let it go. Oh, my.
No wall on offer. Yeah, Louis, all we got to do is name drop the greatest of all time. Kelly Slater, been coming here from the days he was a kid, a young teenager. Made lots of good friends of yourself, Alan Burke, all the boys, Stuart Stout, all the old heads, all the guys whose kids are competing now.
Yeah, I mean,
and the GOAT will tell you this is one of his favorite spots, and this is a place that helped shape his surfing.
Yeah,
he still comes down when he sees the swell looking right. He'll still pop over. And
well, not only Kelly, I mean, Caroline Marks been coming here for years.
Yep.
Situation change, right. You now go to first with a 5.23. Green, second. Red, you drop to third. You require a 4.4 underwater. Red, you are currently in third position, requiring a 4.4. Green, you are in second. Blue, you are in fourth, requiring a 4.6. So red's going to let green go. Green smashes it off the top once, smashes it twice, cuts it back, sticking with it. He's going to try and get on the low road. He's not going to manage with 45 seconds remaining. So he's going to try and increase his lead. Red up, and he's not going to get around that. So it's just the surfer in blue. So green 383 does not go in your score line. So red, you're still requiring a 4.4, and blue a 4.6 with 10 seconds remaining. White, you are in first position. You are in first, White. Counting it in, 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. Servers in the next heats, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
And we're counting in.
3, 2, 1. Sorry, 5 seconds.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. Go search a million places, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, peace and
To live action, we got Red up and out. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the BTMI Barbados Live Like Zander Pro, Junior Pro. And here we have White up and right in, committed turn, attacking that section, riding out. So in this heat, we have Eli Timperi from Finland, Makai Bray from the USA, Timothy Simmers from the USA in white, and Elias Smith from USA in green. The final heat of the day, folks. Rest of the week, we're going to be here again live first thing tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock our time. Check your local time. Those of you in Europe, that's going to be around lunchtime.
All right, last of red, insignificant. Last of blue, insignificant. 18 minutes remaining. Last of white, 4.83. So white goes to first. And here we go, blue. Rolling into this one, Makai Bray, he goes down. So priority will go with surfer in green, Elias Smith. So yeah, Bodie, we were talking about surfers that have been here, come here. I mean, former champion here, past champion here, Caroline Marks, world champion. You know, Caitlin Simmers, world champion.
John. You had old John.
Never surfed this contest.
We had John, not this contest, but we had him here. I mean, they passed through. I don't think he actually surfed this event.
I mean, passing through this
event.
event.
Oh, this contest
yeah.
itself. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right, here we go. This is rounding out the last heat of the day.
We're going to shout out Stuart Stout, one of the local legends. His son's competing in this event as well. Young Christian Termite Stout. He's getting too big to be called Termite soon, though. He might have to change his name to Wood Ant or something.
Well, my nickname for him will always be the same, Danger Mouse.
Yeah.
Can't change. There he is, looking right there. He's a former champion, too, under 12. Chrissy Stout.
Yeah.
It's a big deal to win that under 12 Live Like Zander championship. Another one of our up and coming young superstars. As we look at green up and rising. All right, red giving this one a look. Rolling in. He's got something ahead of him. Little late to the party. Oh, he can't hang on.
Look at the sets coming.
Yeah. Did the same thing yesterday, around this same time.
Also,
here we go. White scratching green. Green is up. So white paddled. However, he's going to retain back priority because he's on the outside by himself. Green working his way to the inside. So priority change. Blue priority goes to blue. Priority goes to blue. White, you are in second priority. Here we go. White up and right in. Banging it vertical. Timothy Simmers working it out onto the open face. Another nice down carve. So while we wait for these scores to drop, we're going to turn it down to the glass for the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Liam. Liam, how do you feel about your performance that last heat?
I felt pretty good. It's a little tricky. It's windy. It's a little hard to hear. It's bumpy, but I felt good. I finished my waves and I won, so I'm happy.
Awesome stuff. Is there anything you feel you can improve on in your next heat?
Maybe better positioning out in the lineup, and then maybe slightly better wave selection, obviously, but it's okay.
In terms of the current, was it pulling you a lot? Is that what was happening?
A little bit, yeah. It's windy, so it's kind of hard to tell which waves are good as they're coming in.
Is there anyone at home that you maybe want to shout out?
I'd like to thank my parents for helping me get out to Barbados, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Thanks for interviewing us, and Sam, man, have a good one, all right?
All right, we are back to live action. You see a paddle battle going on. While we were on that short break, the score for white dropped in at a 5.17. So this is a three-way paddle battle.
I'm going to bet on the West Coast guy if
All
there's
right,
one.
so it goes to second priority goes to red. So white had the last wave, so third priority goes to green. That was between green and white, so white had the last wave, priority will go to green. It was deemed that they both arrived at the same time. It's a little tiebreaker that they have. It all works well. I think the advent of the priority system into surfing has revolutionized it. It has made a huge difference in the sport and also in the, I want to say, camaraderie of the surfers. Watching green, here we go. He is currently in second position, sitting on just a 2.83 and a 0.5. And I know he's going to better that. Right now, this is going to be the highest score of his campaign. I can remember years ago, competitions ago, surfers will paddle over each other. They will paddle up each other's backs. They will do anything they could to get priority or above the next person, highest to the peak. I've actually watched two girls at this very break paddle themselves all the way into parlor. We couldn't even see them. They were so far gone, right?
Yeah, the priority system definitely revolutionized things, changed the way that surfers strategize, changed the way they manage heats, also made it a little more friendly, a little more organized, although we sometimes do miss the crazy part, the crazy antics that some of the surfers in the past used to get up to.
I remember one competition in Virginia Beach that actually had a guy paddle to the jetty and actually got out of the water and stood up on the rocks on the jetty.
To get priority.
To get priority. Not to get priority because there's no priority. You just want to be above the other surfer.
Yeah, to be as deep
right?
as he could be.
Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, before that, you didn't have the same kind of paddle battles to establish priority. And I'll give all of you guys, all you surfers out there, a little piece of advice. Don't get into a paddle battle with a guy that normally wears a wetsuit. Because when they take that wetsuit off, their paddle strength is like increased by 20%.
All right, 11 minutes remaining. Last of green, 3.6. So green is in second position. So full rundown. White first. White has a 5.17 and a 4.8. Green, you are second with a 3.6 and a 2.8. Red, you are third with a 1.5 and a 0.40. You require a 4.9. Blue, you are fourth with a single wave of a 0.13. You require a 6.3. Priority sits with surfer in blue, followed by red, white, and then green. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Oh, here we go, blue. He's going to get back into this one, find this north section, and red on the outside. Smash that first turn. As we're sticking with blue, but we definitely want to see that replay of red. No doubt that's going to be a big one. And green on the outside, Elias Smith, working it to the inside, throwing out the fins, full control, waiting to get to back to the inside. But it's all going to be coming down to this score of red.
Yeah, that was a fun exchange. I think a couple of good scores should drop there. Maybe get the surfer in white.
Here we go, surfer in red, coming around that first section. But this is where he gets busy. Nice wrapping cutback, working it out onto the open face and throwing it up on the north section. So we'll see where the judges go with that. So waiting for scores for red, green, and blue. So wind starting to clock even more to the right. Starting to see some blowing the tops of the waves off. Yeah, much better. White up and right in. Timothy Simmers, and he goes down. So last of blue, 483. So still waiting for green and red.
Should be some significant scores coming in.
So red scores trickling in. So last of red was a 767, and he's going to back it up right here.
That's great heat strategy from red. Dropping the high score of the heat so far with a 767, and then backing it up right away, not waiting for priority, just sticking on the inside, getting a nice little nugget, and he will have a backup score to back up that 767. Definitely going to be better than that 1.5, Lou.
Yep, we're just waiting on green. All right, yeah, that's what I figured. I told you so. Just waiting on green and red. Green and red. Last of green, 387. Last of red, 733. So previous of red, 767. Last of red, 733. So green, you are currently in third position. Red, you go to first. White drops to second. Green is in third. Green requires a 613. And blue is in fourth, requiring a 518.
So red completely flipping the heat on its head. Two back-to-back waves, dropping the two high scores of the heat, one after the other. Finding that second wave under priority, in fourth priority, actually, after he just paddled back out from dropping. We barely called his 767 when he managed to drop a 733, one of the highest scoring heats of the day, heat totals of the day. Excellent surfing by the surfer from Finland.
All right, coming up on 5 minutes. Wow. All right, 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this last heat of the day. As the wind goes even further around to the right, almost offshore now. This rain has come in from completely behind us in the judges' tent. We don't call this rain in Barbados. It's called liquid sunshine. As quick as it arrives, as quick as it's gone. White scratching to get into that one. He's going to forfeit his second priority. Second priority goes to blue. Third priority red. Fourth priority white.
With 3.5 minutes, a little more. Let's see if that is going to cost white. Giving up that priority spot. He's got 2 surfers chasing him. Trying to get into that advancing position. Red has a stranglehold over the heat with 2 big scores. But white requires a big score now to get to first, but the surfers in 3rd and 4th place looking for average scores in the 5-6 range to take out our surfer in white, who is the brother of the current female world champion. So high standards in that house.
Blue, this popped up right in front of me. Here we go. I'm going to take it. Bakaya Bray up and riding with second priority. Big slashing turn off the north section. He's going to stick with it. Major maneuver on the outside. The waves start to clean up even more. Not really much offering other than that big maneuver on the outside.
That was an explosive maneuver. It will definitely give the judges something to think about.
Definitely.
Full commitment, blowing the tail out, drifting at least 5-6 feet across sideways. Not much before or after, but let's see where the judges go.
All right, waiting for that score to come in as we watch that replay. It's a big first turn. Laid it all on the line. All right, score is going to start trickling in. 1 minute, 38 seconds remaining. It's looking good. One more score to drop. Scores are in. Requires a 5.18. Drops a 6.43. So blue, you go to second. White, you drop to third. White, you need a 6.10. Green, you are fourth. You require a 7.3. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. So priority sits on the outside with surfer in red, followed by green.
We've seen that priority mistake coming back to haunt white.
There we go, red up and right in current heat leader. He's not done yet. Putting on a clinic and a show. Wow.
I think we call that a victory lap.
That's more than a victory lap.
Wow, red is feeling it now.
That's going to probably go into scoreline. It was a little bigger.
Certainly be close. So
all right, 35 seconds remaining.
So we saw blue taking advantage of that nice wave early and white's mistake to give up priority. And blue manages to jump.
We go white. Timothy Simmers up and riding. And it's not going to offer him much with 16 seconds remaining. This heat's going to get closed out the way it is. As I said, that wave from red is going to go in his score line. Probably going to be his best. 8.07 red, 8.07. As the heat comes to an end, so red putting on a show for the folks here. Eli Tempiri. So that concludes the day's proceedings. The call for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations to Eli.
Yeah, the call for tomorrow is going to be a 7:30 call for an 8 o'clock start. We're going to kick things off tomorrow with the men's QS round of 96, heats 1 through 16. Those will be 25-minute heats. That's going to be followed by the women's QS round of 48, heats 1 through 4. Those heats are going to be 20-minute heats. So off for the day tomorrow will be men's QS round of 64, junior men's round of 32, women's QS round of 48, and junior women's. So listen out for the call in the morning. We'll make a 7:30 call for potential 8 o'clock start. Men's QS round of 96, followed by women's QS round of 48. So this concludes the day's proceedings. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be back for the interview with Eli. So stay tuned, 5 more minutes. We'll be right back.
Always a pleasure. See you guys tomorrow.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search a million ways, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My culture, you can eat arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we done celebrate. Jump on around, that's how we done. Get on around, that's how we done.
Drake, you ready? You ready? All right, we're going to cut the grass. The final interview of the day.
I'm here with Ellie. Ellie, highest heat total of the day. What do you have to say about yourself?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's a couple waves out there. It's hard to find the good ones. I had a little bit of a shocker at the start, but happy to kind of wrap it up at the end. Get a couple good ones.
And not even just those two scores, Ryan, but you had an 8:07 at the very end too. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a small wave. I didn't think it was going to be that good of a wave, but ended up having a little bowl on it. I was pretty stoked on that wave. Yeah.
I noticed you're pretty busy out there. Is that how your strategy was for the heat?
Not necessarily. I was kind of looking for the better ones, trying to stay. My main goal was trying to get one of those longer ones, a little bit deeper, and I'm getting that one at the start, and then kind of found a couple ones at the end of the bowl.
Awesome. Is there anyone at home you maybe want to shout out?
Yeah, thanks to my family for watching at home. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Probably my sister watching too. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, Ellie. Good luck in the next one, all right?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Have a good one. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Action time again.